Yo, what's going on, everybody? Well, Tiger93 here, guys. Calling the Tiger, and today we are back playing some more Wizard 101. Hopefully, you guys are all doing well. I'm currently on the summer 2020 test realm, and that's really exciting to be back on Wiz because today, guys, I have some really exciting stuff happening. I will be discussing some of the different PvP changes, spell changes, future concepts, that kind of thing, as well as giving away some new special packs that I don't think are available in game yet. Thanks to KingsIsle for providing them. The Super Nimbari pack, which should have triple the luck of the Imperia pack that used to be in the Crown Shop. I don't know if it's still in the Crown Shop anymore, but really excited. So thank you, KingsIsle, for providing me with these packs to give away. And we will be starting real quick very soon. Happy National Video Game Day to y'all guys. Hopefully y'all all are doing well, and I'm really excited to be doing this live stream. Hey everybody, thank you for coming out so much. Thank you guys for waiting for as long as you guys have in the YouTube schedule. I did have to push the stream back just a little bit more than I was hoping, but I'm really happy because I think it was really just a good time to go live. So hopefully you guys are having a really good day. There are a lot of people streaming today for National Video Game Day, so I'll be posting the schedule later in the stream. So really excited to be streaming very soon. Alright. Hello, how are you doing today? All the way from Australia? That's so cool. People around the world. So cool. Alright, sorry guys for the delay. If you guys saw the schedule that KingsIsle posted for the live streamers doing National Video Game Day live streams, I originally was going to go live half an hour ago, but there was a couple of other people that are going live as well, and I didn't want to jump on their streams or anything like that, so I decided to push the stream back just a little bit. But yes, guys, I'm giving away new exclusive packs that I don't believe is in the Crown Shop yet, thanks to KingsIsle. Yeah, so it's going to be really exciting. I'm going to be doing it differently. I might put it up on the screen, I might put it in chat, I might say it out loud, or I might do a little giveaway type style, which I guess we'll see later on in the stream. I will be discussing different spell changes, PvP concerns, stat concerns, future concepts, and all that kind of stuff. It won't be too big of a stream. I guess it is 3 AM there though. Well, thank you so much for being here that early. Hello, Roy. How are you doing today? But yeah, so a lot of different game stuff that we were concerned with. Let me go ahead and open up the new test realm notes to look at all the spell changes that have occurred, and we will get right into it. I will be giving away 10 packs, I believe, of the new exclusive Never Before Seen pack, as well as some other community members that will be going live throughout the day as well, so we'll be showing you guys the schedule at the end of my stream. Alright, but let me go ahead and open up Test Realm here. That way I can see what all has been changed. So it looks like they didn't actually update Test Realm, or the Test Realm notes as well, so I might need your guys' assistance with figuring out what's changed and what hasn't changed. Let's head somewhere else. So I know the biggest skills that we're currently looking at right now is Balance, Fire, Storm, Ice, Life, Death, Myth. But alright, so first off, I do want to go and discuss Storm since I am a Storm. That's my main character. Taking a quick look at some of the spell changes. Let me know, guys, what are your biggest concerns with spells based on your guys' school, because I mainly play on Storm and Ice. But currently, Storm School has had some spell changes from the last test round that we've seen. Notably, right now we're looking at Leviathan, Stormlord, Sirens, Storm Owl, and Glowbugs, I think Rizalka and Iron Sultan also changed a little bit to the last test room as well. So let's go ahead and start out discussing with Storm, because I kind of want to layer the stream out a little bit by discussing spell changes by school, or at least focus by school, and then kind of go into PvP concerns, stat changes, and future concepts throughout the stream. And I will go ahead and give away a real pack real quick, so make sure you guys are looking at chat, because I will be giving away the first pack very soon. Never before seen Super Nambari pack. Once again, thank you King's Isle for providing these packs. I really do appreciate it. But hopefully you guys are having a good day. Hopefully you guys are having a good, happy National Video Game Day. And all of that fun stuff. Alright, let's go here. Hopefully you guys are having a good day. So how have you guys been? What do you guys think of Test Realm as of right now? From what you guys might have seen from spell changes. What do you guys think? What are you guys' biggest concerns for school-wise? Alright. Cool, now that that's up. Alright. Bit too early to tell so far. Hello Edward, how you doing today? Hello both Edwards. Alright, so far, my biggest concern is staying true to school uniqueness. Storm and Fire are known as the bigger hitting schools, Death is known as the hidden heal, Ice is known as the tank, and Life is known for healing. So that's my biggest concerns as of right now. So starting out with the Storm School, guys, just currently looking at it, we can tell Leviathan has been changed. I believe this used to do 1,000. I could be wrong, but I believe this changed. Siren's got the biggest change so far next to Bugs in terms of being substantial spell changes. Sirens used to do like 980, I believe, roundabout. And then Storm Owl might not have changed. I'm thinking Storm Owl might have changed, but I don't think it did. But Sirens definitely got a couple hundred damage reduction, but when we compare that to Stormlord does 690 and stuns. Sirens does 730 and removes a blade. Both are hit alls, even though Stormlord doesn't actually say hit all, which is interesting. And there is a 2 pip difference as well. So the chances of using each spell, I like to mix it up every now and again to see different animation from time to time. Sirens theoretically is still the best hitting spell from Storm. If you have a 100% power pip chance, you just gotta wait one more round to use it. And so depending on how you want to look at it, I think Sirens as of right now is in a not as great concerning state in terms of being balanced out with the other schools. But when we take a look at it, we got to think about hitting power, being able to attack all, and then what are the losses between all the spells as they go. Trine still does a decent amount of damage. Trine's good. I like Trine. Trine's awesome. But when we go from Trine, we go to Stormlord. A little bit less damage, but you still get to stun all and hit all. So, which is really cool. And then going up, we go to Leviathan, which is still a decent hit. It's a bigger hit than Trine and removes 1 blade. And then we go to Sirens for 9 pips total, which I think really when you consider the 100 to 200 damage difference between Trine and Leviathan, when you're looking at Stormlord, and then you see about 100 damage difference there, roundabout. I think really Sirens, if they could, I think Sirens is not in the worst state it could be. Maybe they added 25 to 50 damage. I know that may seem small, but with Sirens, especially if you do an enchant with 300 damage at max, it's still 1,030, and which isn't too bad. But I think Sirens is going to be their biggest point of concern as of right now. So in terms of that, let's take a look. They have adjusted these spells here. Rizalka, I believe they actually weakened a little bit, but then they kind of buffed it back up a little bit. So in terms of Rizalka, it does a decent amount of damage. You have a chance of getting a 30% spell Stormblade or a negative 30 Storm Weakness. But considering the fact it takes 6 pips and a Shadow Pip, I can hit pretty soon if I start out with Shadow Pip, but I don't think it'll be possible now. And then, extending the fact, Storm Owl does a decent amount of damage, given a couple extra Power Pips. I don't know if I'll really be using Rizalka, but when you compare that to Storm Owl, I think it's going to be used a lot more, because I actually never use Rizalka. Every now and again I might add it for an animation change, but I usually never use Rizalka. And then looking at Iron Sultan was, I believe, just a little bit for 4 pips and 1 Shadow Pip. It's not too bad just in terms of what it takes to cast it. Shadow Pip, that's considerable. And then of course you can divide it, which is a mechanic that's only available to select a number of spells. But with Iron Sultan being at a little less than 1,000 damage, and then Glowbugs being right there at 940, really, aside from animation wise, Glowbugs is going to be the biggest concern as well. Because even though it's 1 more extra pip, that's just 1 more round of waiting, and then you always blade up anyway before you hit. For the most part, Iron Sultan is very scenario based. There are some different bosses that might have cheats or something that's just better to try to hit selective targets. But as of right now, Glowbugs I think is in a really good state. Back at 940, I think we're completely fine with Glowbugs. Iron Sultan and Sirens might be their biggest point of concern. Sirens I don't think is as bad as it seems, especially when you do an enchant hit. And that is currently my outlook on Storm. So what do you guys think so far? Just based on these current spell changes. Are there any concerns that you guys are seeing? Just for PvE. I don't want to look at PvP just quite yet. This is just looking at just PvE questing. And then, does anybody currently have access to Life? Because I know Life is also kind of interesting as well. Trying to see here. I remember a couple people posted tweets about these new spell changes, so I'm going to kind of look for those real quick. Alright, Orthrus. Orthrus is a big point of concern as well, so we're going to be taking a look at that in just a quick second. Aha! Life. Found it. Alright. So currently taking a look at that. Alright, so currently looking at Life. Life is a school that, of course, everyone knows for healing. But Life definitely does need some touch-ups, I think, on their spell stats. We're going to take a look at that. I think Sirens is still a bit low. It's better than it was, and I appreciate that listening to us, not making it as crazy as it was. Stormlord is weaker than Orthrus. Yeah, but when you think about it, Storm is naturally the hitting school, and Stormlord does hit all and stuns, so not a bad takeaway for a little less damage. Plus, they mentioned on the Wizard 101 Devs Twitter that they include a powerful AoE for all schools, which is epic. They did. KingsIsle did mention that they are looking at doing a hit all spell at the same level that is going to be considered overpowered for all schools, which is crazy. So my natural reaction was that would probably be around level 40 is where I would think every school would get hit all. But they said there might be an overpowered hit all coming to every school at the same level. So I'm interested to see what they're going to do with that. Are they going to replace a spell that's already in the game? Are they going to add a new quest? Are they going to add some kind of new secret place? I don't know. Very interesting. But we're going to go and take a look at Life now. So currently the biggest concerns of Life that we've seen so far is Forest Lord, Lammasu, Rebirth, and Wings of Fate. Wings of Fate is a spell I never see. And speaking from not a Life Wizard perspective, it didn't look like it was as strong as it could be. So taking a look right now at Forest Lord, it will now do 7 for 7 pips. It will now do 620 damage to 680 damage on all enemies. If we enchant that with the 300 epic, that is 920 to I can math 980. So not that bad in damage with an enchant on. Plus a hit all. So what do we think about that in terms of Forest Lord? It definitely does need an animation improvement, I think, to speed up the attack. because it is kind of slow on attacking. It takes around a minute to hit all 4 people that is in a battle. But I think right now for Forest Lord, I think that seems pretty decent. What's the new super pack? The new super pack is the new Super Nambari pack, which gives you triple the luck of Nambari packs than it used to be. It's currently not in the game right now, but KingsIsle actually provided me with some to give away, and I'm currently waiting a quick reply back for the final thing here. So sorry about the little delay on that, but I will be giving away 10 of these packs. Speaking of which, if you guys happen to take a look into chat, there may or may not be a little something. I'm just kidding, there's nothing. That was a joke, by the way, there is something. The delay is going to make this hilarious because someone's already claimed it by the time you guys are hearing this. Alright, so does need animation improvement for sure. Is Force Lord level 48 spell then? I believe it's level 48. Or is it level 58? Is it level 58 for Force Lord? That's kind of... I think that's a little crazy. They didn't say at what level, which could even be 130 in the new world. They did say it was going to be a lower than higher level. They were going to look at a lower, I think is what they said. But it could still be a 130 plus world, you're right about that. So let me know what you guys get from these packs, by the way. There's some of them, we put them on screen, some in chat, and then I'm going to do a little giveaway as well. So thank you KingsIsle for providing these packs. But taking a look back at Force Lord, so it currently does 620 to 680 now, which I don't think is too bad. It seems like it could be pretty decent, especially when you compare it to Sirens. If Siren's going to do 730, if Stormlord's going to do 680, then, or 695, is that what Stormlord did? 690. So Stormlord's going to do 690 and stun all. For Force Lord to be able to do up to 680 for a non-hitting school primary, I feel like Force Lord's probably in a better state than it has been previously. Looking at Lammasu, the 4-pip, 1 shadow pip spell, the Centaur life spell you get in Mirage, it currently does 732 and then divided to whoever you want to hit. So with an enchant that does 1032 if you're doing a 300 epic. And then I don't normally use the hit all or the divide hit spells, but if we take a look and compare that to Iron Sultan does 948, which is 200 more damage than Lammasu, and Lammasu is a life spell after all. Both Lammasu being 732, I don't know how often that'll be used. Definitely if it's going to be like in a boss fight for like a school spell quest. So when you know you're just battling one boss, I think Lammasu being 4 pips and 1 shadow pip could actually be a really decent hit for life. And being able to do 1000 damage for just a low amount of pips, that can definitely help use pips over time, or conserve pips over time, because life does have a little bit less hitting damage, so you do want to try to maximize your hitting power. So I think Lammasu right now is in a better state than it has been, and it's definitely a point of concern as well. What is the Forest Lord damage again? Forest Lord damage is 620 to 680 now in Test Realm, which I'm going to look up real quick what the Forest Lord was originally. Forest Lord originally was 540 to 620, so about 100 damage boost, which I think is really good, and it does a pip less. It does a pip less too, so that's a very good change there. As long as it has a faster animation overall, Forest Lord I think will be alright. Forest Lord and Hungry are the go-to spells once you get them. Really, does anybody know if they changed Hungry Caterpillar since the last time? So I think Hungry Caterpillar does around 575. Which, that is definitely a big point of concern, if it does that much. Looking at Rebirth, Rebirth kind of swapped out for Forest Lord in terms of pips and usage. Rebirth now costs 8 pips instead of 7, but now Forest Lord costs 7 pips instead of 8. This way, Rebirth, you do have to wait an extra round. Rebirth is known as one of the bigger hit-all spells, and now does 650 health to all friendlies, and puts an absorb 400 damage ward on all friendlies as well. So I believe that was slightly more than what it used to be. I could be wrong on that, but it looks like Rebirth is still going to be a decent spell, because even if you have power pips, then being off a pip doesn't really look like it's going to be the biggest concern, because that's still just a couple rounds you got to wait if you're hitting right off the bat. Over time, Rebirth being 8 pips, that's 4 rounds, so you have a 100% power pip chance. And if you do put up your healing aura, your healing global, if you put up your healing blades, and all that kind of stuff, over time it would take a little extra time to save up for Rebirth. So I don't think having extra pip on Rebirth is going to be the biggest problem in terms of balancing. Taking a look at what Rebirth used to do. Rebirth used to be, if I can find it here. Rebirth used to be 650. Okay, so still same health and same shield on everybody, but it is 1 extra pip, which I think if you're trading that off for Forest Lord, I think that's an alright trade-off. What do you guys think about that? Lammasu did not do the damage the Lord did. I always considered it fairly weak and stopped using it. So, as a Life Wizard, would you consider using Lammasu now? Because I rarely ever see the spells where you can divide. I think one of the biggest concerns in terms of the divide spells is they seem kind of weak just in general. Have I announced the giveaway winners yet? I did. I announced it a couple days ago, I believe. That video is currently up on the channel. If you want to go check out the winners. I have already contacted the winners as well. So yeah, so I think the divide spells themselves, I never really see that much. I might use the storm one occasionally if I'm battling a single boss, or just to see a different animation change, because I usually quest my buddy War Machine on his Death Wizard. So we take turns on hitting and all that kind of stuff. So I'm kind of more expandable on what spells I want to use. But if I was solo questing, I don't think I'd really use the Iron Sultan spell that often. But with the little changes they made in Iron Sultan, I think it is going to be more useful now than what it used to be. And I think I might actually rather use, well, I don't know, Rizalka still does a fair bit of damage more compared to Iron Sultan. But Rizalka now is comparable to Storm Owl. Storm Owl doing 1350 minimum. Rizalka now does 1350 minimum. So in terms of Storm Owl being compared to Rizalka, that's kind of balanced out. But just in terms of the dividing spells general, I don't really use them that much. I don't really see them that much. The ones I see the most are Iron Sultan. Kisma's Curse is good for death. The animation is good. My buddy War Machine uses it all the time. And then I see Iron Sultan, Kisma's Curse, and pretty much that's it. Occasionally I might see Scorching Scimitars, but I don't really ever see the other spells that often. I don't think I've ever seen an Ice Wizard use the Divide All. So that's going to be a spell of concern, I think. Deserves to heal 50 to 100 more. I'll come back to that in just a quick sec. Whatnot, because I don't like the dividing spells as well. Do you mean you don't like the animations, or you don't like the damage they do? I don't like the pip difference. I don't think the pip difference is going to matter that much. Honestly, not. But in terms of being like a lower level wizard, I think it's going to make a big difference, because you're not going to have a 100% power pip chance until at least level 100-ish. So in terms of getting Force Lord at a lower level, I think that pip change for Rebirth is a good decision there. Force Lord level 48. Yeah, I didn't even know it was 58. I always thought it was 48. So I think Force Lord should be a level 48. Animation change might be in a later update. Round earlier to use Force Lord now. I have nearly max healing capacity, and I struggle to get Rebirth out in some fights. You really have to wait up against Pixie. That's also something I'm going to drop back to in just a quick second. They already made a level 48, or did they? And then you don't like the animations. Alright, so in terms of the animations for the divide spells, they're not exactly my favorite animations, but Iron Sultan, Kisma's Curse are definitely my 2 favorite divide spell animations. They are trying to make them more useful and versatile. The idea that you can divide them is pretty cool, but when you split the damage in half by dividing them, they kind of make them not as useful in itself. So the concept is cool, but the concept is also kind of counterintuitive on itself, because it can't necessarily be used on itself. So unfortunately, the divide spells really they're not as used and not as powerful as they could be, or as they originally intended to be. Jumping back up to where I left off at, one blade crit 7,000. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's a point of where life can actually start getting some of the damage it needs to quest, especially if you're solo questing. For Rebirth, to need 50 to 100 more. If we take a look back at Rebirth, I'm sorry I can't put this up on stream, guys. I really wish I could. But taking a look back at Rebirth now in Test Realm, it does 8 hits, does 650 health, and absorb 400 to all. If you're a lower level wizard, I don't know what level you get Rebirth at, but if you're a low level wizard, then Rebirth might not be something you're able to pull off as quickly, just because of how long it's going to take to get those pips. And then I don't know, just at a lower level, life is not at the biggest point of or not as the biggest capability being able to heal on their own. So what I mean by that is, if you're soloing on a life wizard, you're probably not going to use Rebirth. If you're using like a team, you're playing with friends, playing with the players, then Rebirth is going to be a good spell to use. If we're going to do 100 extra more, that might be worth the trade-off at using it at a lower level. But when you get up to a higher level, you can definitely use Heal More with crit, healing and outgoing, which healing and outgoing is kind of something that's been going up and down as well. I've noticed it's actually getting harder to get healing incoming and outgoing as well. So that's something else to think about. But Rebirth on its own, naturally, I don't think it's bad, considering the fact it does heal everyone and puts up a 400 damage ward. Because when we compare that to spells like Stormlord, for example, it does 690 now and stuns all enemies. This way, life is able to heal all and put up a 400 damage ward on all friends. So it's interesting to think about how spells are comparing to other schools in terms of hitting and healing capabilities, what its purpose is. So right now, Rebirth, I don't think it's currently the worst spell that needs to be looked at the most. But even if it was by like a 25 health boost, that would be cool. But Rebirth, I don't think is in the worst state compared to some of the other schools' spells that need to be looked at in terms of balancing. You have nearly max healing capacity and struggle to get Rebirth on some fights. So back to where we compared it against Pigsy. There are about 3 pages worth, what is that, around 3 dozen spells that you can craft and you can get from Lore Master, one of which is Pigsy, known as one of the most famous heals in the game. There's been a lot of concern on, are the spells, because you have to wait until you're in Avalon to craft them, because that's kind of where you get most of the reagents. And then some of the spells are kind of difficult to craft, like right now, Ratatoskr Spin is going to require a couple hundred iron. And there's definitely going to be a lot of spells that have things you need. A lot of like Amber and Sunstone, for example. It's not as easy to get as a lower level. But when you look at the spells themselves, the animations are cool. That's kind of the main reason why we go for the spells, I think. But for the spells, and specifically for Pigsy talking, the spells themselves, are they as useful at a higher level as they would be at a lower level? Like, would you rather craft a spell like Pigsy? Would you rather have that at a lower level than a higher level? And what I mean by that is, spells that you can craft, when you compare them to the power and the pips are, necessarily, you're not really going for the spells to use at a higher level. For example, you don't really use Catalan that often, or at least I don't, at level 130. And then, just speaking off that, you don't really see the Brimstone spell, the Fire Wraith spell, you don't really see that often in terms of questing either, at a higher level. So it'd be better to be able to craft those spells at a lower level. And so when you compare Rebirth to Pigsy, do we want those spells to be kind of more useful at a higher level? Do we want those spells to be kind of more overpowered than the spells we already have? In terms of just being able to use it. Would it be just a better overall spell to use? So I think that's kind of what they're looking at between Rebirth and Pigsy. They want Pigsy to be more powerful because all life wizards are going to get Rebirth eventually. But with Pigsy, you kind of have to put work into it. You have to either farm for it, or craft for it, or get lucky from the pack. So I think what they want to do is they want to make Pigsy a better spell overall to use compared to Rebirth, just because of all the time and effort it will take to get into that. Death has been buffed, actually. Well, it depends how you want to look at it. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and wrap up life here. Wrapping up the life, I have not seen, I don't think they've changed Hungry Caterpillar. I believe it does like 575 right now in Test Realm. I wish there was a way I could check it. I wish they had like a list you could just pull up and just scroll down and look at it. But if Hungry Caterpillar has not been changed since Test Realm last week, Hungry Caterpillar now does 590 to 710. And then absorb 800. So I don't know how good that compares to what the way it used to be. I believe it is weaker now than what it used to be. I could be wrong on that. I'm not entirely sure where Hungry Caterpillar was at. But I'll just go and look it up real quick. And then we'll switch over to Death. Hungry Caterpillar used to do 950 to 1150, so it's a big change. That's about around a 50% cutoff in damage, which I think is kind of extreme because Hungry Caterpillar is kind of life's biggest hits. So if we're looking at it right now, if it has not been changed yet, it was last 590 to 710. I think if it was 710 to 900, it would be in a good state. So I definitely think they should make Hungry Caterpillar. I think they should make it to where it is. Accidentally close out of the. Hungry Caterpillar should definitely be, I think, 710 to 900. 710 to 900. What do you guys think about that? 710 to 900 and then absorb 800 on you. I think that right there could be kind of the point where it meets in the middle of where the devs are looking at, where it used to be and where it is now. And I think that'd still be a decent damage overall if that's where it was left at. 710 to 900. Because life definitely does need good hits, especially for soloing. Because schools need to be unique to themselves. Life needs to be able to heal, Ice needs to be able to tank, Storm and Fire need to be able to do damage, Death needs to be able to hit and heal, Balance needs to do a little bit of everything, and Myth needs to be able to do more minion-y, utility type stuff. So I think really if Life Hungry Caterpillar was at 710 to 900, it would be at a good spot. Let me go ahead and check chat. I haven't looked at chat in a while. I'm going to come back to Death in just a quick second, but yes, Crow now does 590, which is something I think Death needed. Crow did need to be buffed. Do you think the Storm nerf is good? I think right now, it's better than what it was. I think this is an update that needed to come eventually, because we're at that point where bosses are kind of just becoming powerful, we're becoming powerful, and it's just all about power. And they want to make it more strategic based. They don't want you to be able to hit in one round. Because yes, it would be faster. Yes, you can make more progress like that. But would it be more entertaining gameplay in general if you're able to hit, hit, and then finish it off instead of just blade, hit, blade, hit, blade, hit, blade, hit. So that's definitely something to look at. And they want to balance it overall to where schools, they don't want a school where it's like Storm is the best, or Fire is the best, Death is the best. They want it to be where schools have their own purpose, but they can still do their own thing. They need to be balanced out overall, which is something I agree with completely, and it's something that I think was going to be coming a lot sooner. I was surprised it actually took this long to come out with that, in my personal opinion. So, with that being said, I think right now Storm is currently at a spot to where we're on the right track. Siren is definitely a point of concern in terms of if I'm actually going to use it. When you match it up in terms of damage though, like compared to just by looking at it, it doesn't feel completely out of place. It doesn't do the accuracy debuff anymore, and it only removes one ward. But as of right now, Siren is kind of my biggest point of concern. Bugs I think is fine. Iron Sultan I think we're good where it's at. Resulkit's fine. Storm Owl wasn't changed, thankfully. Storm Owl is good, and Shrine is still good. So I think right now Storm is alright. So they're making a new divide formula in which 25 to 35% extra damage added with each target chosen. See, now that is something I think is a really good idea. That is something I think is a really good idea. Let me go and write that down before I forget that. Because all of this feedback that we are making right now in the stream, this is why I want as many people here as possible to discuss your opinions on this. Because all this feedback will be provided straight to King's Isle. So whatever concerns you guys have, make sure to put them in chat as well as we discuss this, because all this will be going directly back to King's Isle for them to look at. Divide spells, extra 25% to 35 on targets divided. Alright guys, so I've been talking for a little while. While we have this quick little break, make sure you guys go on ahead and check out chat, because there might or may not be something in chat. It's going to be gone by the time you guys hear this probably on stream, but there may or may not be something in chat right now. But I really do like the idea of adding extra damage to being able to divide it. I think that's a really cool idea. I am giving away the new exclusive Super Nambari packs with triple the luck of the original Nambari pack, so stay tuned around in chat, and I might say it out loud, I might post it in chat like I just did, and let me know what you guys get when you guys redeem it. Alright, so I think Storm right now is in an alright spot. It's not the best spot we're at, but it could be a lot worse for us, and I think that overall, if it was like this, I think it would be alright in the end. Crouchable spells are way outclassed now except for Pigsy, which is why it's so difficult to get the TCs. So yeah, that's what I was thinking about earlier. Crafting spells take a lot of work to farm for and to craft up and to get all the reagents for it. So I think that spells that are going to be kind of more overpowering may not be given directly to that player through a quest. Maybe it should be crafted only, or droppable only, or farm from a pack only. In terms of just being overpowered spells, like beyond the power curve. So that's something that I've been thinking about a lot lately, because Pigsy's like one of the best heals in the game by far, and I like that it's craftable only, not craftable and farmable or drop by pack only, instead of just being directly handed to you. So I think that kind of gives more of a want or desire to go for something, and I think that's really not I think it's really just a good concept overall. Will they put a new spell in Lore Master Chamber? So as far as Lore Master goes, they are going to rework and revamp Lore Master. I've had a couple ideas about it myself, but they are going to redo Lore Master, and they're going to make spells more interesting to farm for and just make it a more enjoyable experience overall. So one of my concerns on that is, I think, what do you guys think if Lore Master did where storm spells can be farmed for one day, the next day it's only life spells, next day only death, next day only fire, next day only ice, next day only myth, next day only balance, and you can tell if there's like a brazier torch outside Lore Master's chamber that changes color to match with the school it's dropping. What do you guys think of that concept? I'm doing very good, Jeremiah. How are you doing today? Yes, we are currently test round, Jeremiah. 700 to 900 good, 710 to 900. Alright, I'm liking that. I think for Forest Lord that fits perfectly between what we, or not Forest Lord, Hungry Caterpillar. I think 710 to 900 kind of fits in perfectly where we were looking at. It's not as overpowered as they're wanting it to be, and then it's better than what we're at right now. It very meets in the middle, and I think it balances out overall with the life spells. Did Storm Owl get nerfed? Storm Owl... Oh, wait, it might have. Did this used to do 1600? Hang on. Now that you brought that up, I need to go look that up. Did Storm Owl get nerfed? I mean, Storm Owl was definitely the most overpowered spell in the game. Without a doubt, but... I thought Storm Owl... If I'm being completely... Yeah, Storm Owl did get nerfed by about 200 to 300 damage. I mean, it used to do 1525 to 1625. But I thought Storm Owl was going to get nerfed way back when it first came out. I really did not think it would have been this long before it got nerfed. I think right now, just in terms of Storm Owl alone and the amount of damage it does, I think it's fine in damage. It's still one of the most powerful spells in the game, and it doesn't require a Shadow Pip. By the time you blade up and everything, you'll be right at that 10 pip, roundabout 10 pip mark. So I think Storm Owl is fine where it's at. The point is, y'all seem to look at where the questing point is when these spells are issued. Definitely. I think all schools should have an AoE by level 48. For some reason the code doesn't work. Someone already redeemed it. The code is for the new exclusive, never before seen Super Nambari packs. Get triple the luck of Nambari packs. Thank you, KingsIsle, for providing these packs to me, as well as a few other YouTubers and content creators around the community. That is what that code's for. I have a few more I'm giving away as well. That would be so good then. Griffin, could you clarify what would be so good? What would have been good? Sorry, I get to talking, guys, and I kind of try to avoid chat just so I can make sure I don't forget what I'm saying. I like the concept of a different school each day. Oh, the Lore Master. Is that what you guys are talking about? Because I think Lore Master, I think definitely needs to be looked at. It drops like, what, 30 spells now? 25, 30 spells? So even if it was like every day where they had like a brazier that changes colors to signify the spell changes per day. I think it would be really cool. And then they are going to revamp the combat as well, so it's more interesting. But, yeah. Better than getting Brim on your max fire. So, yeah, that goes back to what we were talking about. Should spells you can craft or farm for or get from a pack, should they be more overpowered than the spells we got in the game? Definitely, because people say that it's pay to win if it be like that. But, I mean, you don't necessarily need it. That's my concern on pay to win. You don't need these spells to win. They're definitely useful to have, but you don't need the most overpowered spells to win. Got 2 new spells from 1 to 2. Running around. Storm Owl is nerfed. I think Storm Owl is actually alright right now. I really thought it was going to be nerfed sooner. People redeeming the codes fast? Yes, they definitely are. They are redeeming them pretty fast. Which is why you guys need to look at chat. It's probably going to be gone by the time I even say anything. Lore Master spell drop rate increased. They are going to be changing it. They're going to be making combat more interesting and changing the way spells drop. It's bad if you have a delay or bad internet. Yeah, there is a... YouTube right now has a 10-second delay to process the best quality. Which, that's kind of crazy. And then I have an 8-second delay on my end, so that way the stream doesn't crash. You don't like the idea of pack spells? Are you talking about like pack only spells, or spells being dropped from a pack and being able to be farmed for and be able to crafted? Yeah, if you're putting in more work, like crafting a spell, for example, or you farm boss especially, then you're definitely going to want to get something good out of it. Because I mean, like, the animations are good. That's mainly why we farm for spells, I think. That's why I farm for Catalan. Catalan I think is a really good spell anyway, but you definitely want to go for animations. But you want to make sure that you're not just farming, you know, just for an animation you might not use all the time. You definitely want to get your value out of that. So I'm going to go and write that down before I forget about that. Crafted slash... Well, when you think about it, crafted slash farmed, because you have to be around level 50 to reach Lore Master to get these spells. You can farm for these spells at a lower level if you wanted to. It is possible. I don't really see a lot of players do that, but some do. So when you think about it, we definitely want spells that you can craft or farm for. You want them to be a little bit more powerful, because you don't want it just to be a waste of time. With that being said, the spells right now, they would be really good if you can get them at a lower level. But you're not really getting them at a lower level, so I think that's kind of their concern. They need to make spells a bit more powerful for them being farmed for, considering the fact that they're kind of more in tune with lower level spells that you're not even going to get at a lower level. Pack only, and the craft is good, but it's pack only at low levels, and you have to unlock Safaria Crafter to get the rat, or get the rat, and then you have farm. Yeah, so you have to get to Safaria. Yeah, so that really goes back to what we're saying is these spells. It's cool that you can craft them. I love that you can craft them. I love that everything's not just handed to you in the game. It definitely gives a purpose to want to do something. But these spells in themselves, they're not as powerful at higher levels when you can actually get them. Like, they're better to get them earlier than they are to actually try to get them at a higher level. So I think these spells in themselves should be adjusted for higher levels in that in itself. But in terms of being able to get it at a lower level like the spells that are at right now, you don't see lower levels using Catalan. You don't see lower levels using Ratatoskr where it could be used at more than what it'll be now. So that's definitely one of the biggest concerns, is being able to get, or be able to farm and craft spells that are balanced out with spells at a lower level, because you're not going to be using these spells that much at a higher level. My Death and Fire and Balance are done farming lore, and I did it today right now. Sure, Takimushu, you have to wait until Avalon when the next round is available too. So yeah, crafting spells and drop spells really need to be looked at in general. I'll be back in one sec, guys. So I'm going to go ahead and put that down. Crafted spells need to be balanced out for the amount of damage they should do, so like their respective level. Spells need to be tuned to their respective level in use. Alright. Make sure you guys provide all feedback, because all this feedback that we're getting in today's stream, because it is sponsored by King's Isle, all this feedback will be going straight to KI. So I really think we had a good discussion on Lore Master and those spells. Definitely farming is a better way to go for everyone. Such a shame we can't copy paste the codes. Use Wings of Sorrow. It's glitched. Wings of Sorrow actually got buffed. So let's go ahead and move into Death real quick, because we've only discussed 2 out of 7 schools, and we've been live for quite a bit, but we've had some good discussions. So going into Death, I'm gonna try to see if any Death spells have been adjusted. After Death, we're gonna go straight to Ice. Oh, Ice got hit hard. I might actually just go straight to Ice, guys. Ice has changed. Hang on, let me... Yeah, I think we're going to want to go to Ice real quick, because I can show that better than I can any other school. We'll go to Ice, and then we'll go to Death. Ice has had a big change that I have to see for myself. Let me look this up to make sure this wasn't as changed as much as I thought it was. This has changed as much as I thought it was. I'm scared. Okay, so it's not as bad as I thought it was, but it's... Yikes. It's not good. So does anybody already know what I'm talking about by chance? If you guys have already seen it. It's not a big change, but it's definitely not a change that was needed. Alright. So guys, Frost Giant was nerfed. Frost Giant was nerfed. Frost Giant in the game, it's not a big nerf, but Frost Giant used to be 475. Frost Giant is now, you guys ready for this? 460. So it's not a big nerf, but it was not needed. Frost Giant definitely did not need to be nerfed. It wasn't a big nerf, but it didn't need to be nerfed at all, in my opinion. There's not an option to set the old character models. They said it would put just a way too big of a strain, being able to change everyone's character models. I don't know if classic mode works, but we don't have any way to revert character models. So they said it was... if we do classic mode, does that change our character model? I'm pretty sure it won't. Yeah, our character model will be this way for a fair bit of time. But, yeah, so let's go off with Ice next, because I can show you guys Ice just a little bit better. I'm really hoping my stream did not crash because of that. Alright. Hello, GamerTube. I think really, Snowball Bear did get nerfed a bit, so we'll be taking a look at that. We are currently doing minions only, or PvE only. Take a look at the Dragoon, Amulet for Storm, and then look at Sirens. will do. I don't have the Dragoon Amulet, but we'll take a look at that. Yeah, so Frost Giant now does 460, which I really don't think was necessary. Just because, as an Ice Wizard, I quest with y'all guys on the Ice Questing streams, and then occasionally I do quest solo. I rely on Frost Giant. And then, I think, was Woolly Mammoth changed? I don't think Woolly Mammoth was changed. I'm pretty sure that's the same as it's always been. Could be wrong. But Frost Giant, I really don't think needed to be changed. It's definitely a spell that I kind of rely on when I'm solo questing. I mean, it's not that big of a change either. It's only, was it 15 damage? But even though it's only 15 damage, I think it wasn't needed, in my opinion. Okay, so going back to, I do agree with you, Emma. I should not have high health, high resist, and high damage. I usually just try to go for balance overall. I try to get a good resist, good health, and good damage. Which right now, my stats are currently on my ice. Since we're also talking about stat changes, these are the current stats on my ice for level 81. Because I'm trying to go balanced out overall. So yeah, so definitely, I don't think Frost Giant should have been nerfed. I think it's fine where it's at because Ice Wizards usually use it. Ever since you get it, I've seen Ice Wizards use it all the way up to max. Because it's our main attack all. Now, if they're talking about doing an overpowered attack all, I don't see why they just wouldn't want to keep Frost Giant where it's at. Because I think Frost Giant was alright where it was at. It's one of the weakest attack alls as well. I don't think it really needed to be nerfed at all. But, is my pet spell still putting the same damage as it used to? If you're talking about the Yeti, hang on. I don't know which one was my Yeti. There it is. I cannot see that. Dawn Elvis. I can't see that. 555 to 635, I think is what that said. For 8 pips, Tundra Lord. I don't know how they used to compare. But that's what that is. So I'm going to keep that up for reference to stats. Let's see here. So taking a look, these are the spells that have changed that I can see for ice. Snowball Barrage went down by 5 damage, which when you compare it to Tempest, Tempest does 80 damage per pip, and you get that at 38 or 48 roundabout for Storm. Snowball Barrage you get around max, 120-ish, 118 I think is the exact level 118. 75 damage per pip. So it went down by 5, or it might have went down by 10. Hang on, guys. I'm trying to do the best I can. I don't know all these spells by heart. So I apologize if I misspoke or misspeak anywhere. So Snowball Barrage did 85. It is now down to 75. When you compare that to Storm, because Ice is not a main hitting school, the fact that it would go down to 80, I think would make sense to me, comparing that to Tempest. But because Tempest is a part of the Storm School is a hitting school, I think that if you reduced it by 5 where Snowball Barrage is, I think overall, Snowball Barrage is balanced where it's at now. Snowball Barrage, I think, should have came out like this. Because if it would have came out like this, I think people would have been alright with it. Maybe just because Snowball Barrage, just because I shouldn't do as much damage as Storm can. But with that being said, Snowball Barrage does take a Shadow Pip. So, should Snowball Barrage be attack only, or should we maybe be able to add a little bit of utility for ourselves? For example, should Snowball Barrage do 75 damage per pip, require a Shadow Pip, but be able to put up like a -10 on us? What do you guys think about that? If it kind of gets the best of both worlds there. Alright damage, and then alright resist. As a little bonus at the end. What do we think about that? So Gamer 2, I'm fine with if you add me, but just since we're on test room, we're not gonna worry about it right now. Ice is the same damage as Storm, highest damage school and has double health, high resist. Exactly, I do agree with Ice is known for resistant health, so the fact that Ice is not focused so much on damage, I'm alright with. Frost Giant, I think should have been left where it's at because that's just an essential spell to being an Ice Wizard. But in terms, I don't expect Ice to have the highest amount of damage. Was Angel changed? Angel. Snow Angel. Do what? 100 is... It hasn't always done that, does it? Snow Angel, Wizard, 101. 100 660. Yeah, right now it's 100 660. I never use Snow Angel. I think it's good if you have a lot of crit, but I never use Snow Angel. Yeah, if you guys have any concerns or thoughts on Snow Angel, I don't even know where to start out with Snow Angel, because I never use it. But put it in chat if you guys have any ideas for Snow Angel, since we're talking about spells. Reindeer Knight and Blizzard. Reindeer Knight, I'm pretty sure it was the same, right? 295 to 265? Reindeer Knight, 295, 265, yeah. So that hasn't changed. As for Blizzard, Blizzard hasn't changed either, thankfully. Alright, so going back here. Your Shadow Pip system guarantees getting a Shadow Pip, which means using Snowball Barrage is an amazing alternative option. At max, it will be Frost Giant, Snowball, maybe depending. Snowball Barrage should be 80 damage per pip. No, lol. It's a pure damage spell. Yeah, I just wanted to see what people think about that. Because I think we're going to get to the point where spells... Because if we take a look, I can't show you guys on my eyes, but on my Storm, when you see like the Dividing spell, when you see that the new tree spells, the Ravenwood tree spells, the Scion spells is what they're called, they do have different uses depending on if you have like certain stats available, like a certain amount of health on you right now, a certain amount of damage, that kind of thing. I think we're going to get to the point where schools are going to be like very kind of mixed up in use. I really do think spells are going to kind of go away from doing just plain damage and doing like more heal back or more overtime, more shielding, kind of more away from just doing plain damage. Tier 3 hitting, consider requiring Shadow Pip when you get such a high level. So maybe 80. So maybe, yeah, I think that might actually make up a little bit, because with Storm, you can use Tempest whenever you want. And Storm has a decent amount of damage. Right now I'm at 144% Storm damage on my Storm. I don't have any of the Dragoon gear. And for Ice especially, another code drop. Another code drop. You think I'm just gonna put up another code drop because you asked, even though I just did? Wink wink. So I think 80 damage would be good for Ice. Just because if Storm's gonna be able to use Tempest at such an earlier level in the game, and has enough to go up to 175% damage. I think it's currently the max right now. I think that if Tempest can get that spell so early and have so much damage in gear, then Snowball Barrage, if it did 80 damage, requires a Shadow Pip. That should be the minimum they're looking at for balancing Snowball Barrage. What do you guys think about that? Would you guys be alright with if Snowball Barrage was 80 damage per pip instead of 75? I really wish I could put the show you guys all the schools, but sadly I cannot on stream. So okay, so Grandmaster says Snowball Barrage should be 80 damage per pip. Chat was silent. Is everybody going for the code? Let's give all schools a Tempest equivalent. I would like an AoE damage per pip on death. Death as Lulu. Lulu was nerfed, so I will be talking about that when we get to death. All schools a Tempest. So I originally suggested, what do you guys think about this? A while back, a couple people in the community was talking with Magnetic. He is the senior designer over at KingsIsle about a couple spell ideas. What if Death had a Tempest? Well, you know what? We're going to get to Death in a second. We'll get to Death in a minute when we actually get to Death. I want to focus on Ice real quick. Damage is balanced where it's at, to be honest. No other school has a spell like that. Why should Ice be the school that gets it? So what are we thinking just for 80 damage per Snowball Barrage? Because I mean, I really do got to consider, if you're going for like all out hitting on an Ice Wizard, I think the highest I've ever seen on Ice was like 128% damage. So just in that kind of proves the point of Ice not being able to do as much damage as Storm. So that kind of takes that away a little bit from the spells. So the gear in itself is a little bit weaker than the spells have to be, is where I'm saying. You agree on that? Because I think at a higher level, if you're going hit all, it's definitely going to be Frost Giant or Snowball Barrage, without a doubt. Definitely. And I think that's kind of the thing that KingsIsle is getting to at, because schools are, in a way, kind of losing that uniqueness. Because we want to be balanced. Schools have to be balanced out to where they got their alternatives, you know. Storm can do a lot of damage, Death can hit and heal back, Ice can have a lot of health and resist. And they want it to be balanced out to where you're not necessarily saying Storm is the best school, you know. Storm, we have decent damage, we can get decent resist if we want it, decent crit, we can hit, kill so fast it doesn't matter. They don't want schools to be overpowered, to be like, no matter what school it is, just choose that one because that's considered the best. That's what they're trying to kind of get away from. They want schools to have their own abilities. They want Life to be the healer. They don't want other schools to be able to heal as good as Life can. They don't want other schools to be as resistive as Ice can be. They don't want other schools to do as much damage as Death and Fire. And when you get to higher up level, that's kind of where it's getting hard, where they have to make spells a little bit more unique. They have to tone bosses in combat to that. So I think that these higher up spells are where it's really getting concerning at. And I think Snowball Barrage is definitely a point that they're looking at. Yeah, the codes can only be redeemed once. My Ice has a 147 damage with 49 pierce. That's actually good. That's pretty good for an Ice Wizard. If you don't mind me asking, what's your resist? No, it's only a one-time use. Sorry about that. I still have a few more codes I'm giving away. Yeah, so KingsIsle was sponsoring a few people's live streams. It's really awesome that they were sponsoring my stream. I really do appreciate it. But there are a few people that are being sponsored by KingsIsle today, giving away these exclusive packs. So definitely a lot of awesomeness happening today. So everyone wants damage to be a hitter, then choose Storm or Fire. Yes, that's what I'm concerned with. Schools should have their own uniqueness to it instead of just being kind of. I don't want it to get to the point where it's like you chose Ice because you think the spells look cool. You choose Storm because you think the spells look cool. I want each school to have its own reason to play. All schools should have at least one similar spell. There are times when a solo Storm would love a health back spell, I'm sure. Definitely. So that's where it kind of gets in tone to balancing, because if you guys missed it earlier, I did mention KingsIsle said that they are going to be looking at doing a hit all spell that is overpowered for all schools. All schools are going to get it. And they said they're going to try to get it. They're looking at doing it earlier in the game rather than later, but they still said they're open to wherever in the game it could be at. But they are looking at an overpowered hit all spell for every school at some point in the game. Yeah, not every school should be able to one-shot a mob first round, and that's something they want to stay away with. They don't want battles to be just so quick to where it's just blade hit, blade hit, blade hit. They want to make it more interesting. So that's kind of where they're going in terms of balancing these spells. So with that keeping in mind, I believe that's all the changes Ice has right now, besides Weaver. So Weaver was changed. and people were not happy about it, including me. I wasn't happy about how low the damage was. As far as the shield goes, that's whatever. But for Abominable Weaver, as of right now, it's been changed again. Abominable Weaver in test form right now is 790 to 910. Which, that's in the middle. It was down to like 500. It used to be like 1100. So right now, Abominable Weaver is 790 to 910. And a minus 50% shield on us. It is 5 pips and requires 1 Shadow Pip. Ice's biggest hits are currently the Woolly Mammoth spell and Abominable Weaver, and when it comes to hit all, Snowball Barrage and Frost Giant. So what do you guys think about Weaver? Should Weaver be more than 790 to 910? And we are just considering PvE only, just because that's where a lot of the main focus is in the game, and PvP is kind of more of a very different environment. So right now we're just focusing on PvE only for the stream. What do you guys think about Weaver? That's why you got Myth. Honestly, thought it was Orthrus, Scarecrow, and Force Lord changes were. Orthrus, Scarecrow, and Force Lord's in a good spot now. If you guys missed it, Force Lord now is 1 pip less. Which, for lower level wizards, that's really good. They just really need to speed up the animation of Force Lord, just it takes too long. And then after this, we're going to go to Death, and then we got Myth, Balance, and Fire, which we'll figure out some kind of way that we're going to get that out. All I do is temp and mobs die first round ball, so yeah, that's kind of where they're trying to get away from. You hope they remove the taunt from Snow Angel. In terms of questing, I think the taunt is meant to kind of say, hey, I'm an ice, I did damage, now focus on me because I have health and resist. I think that's where they're looking at taunt for Snow Angel. Now in terms of PvP, like I said guys, I don't even want to concern with PvP, that's a whole nother dimension. Everyone has been too dependent on shadow hits. Exactly, that's something, because they don't want shadow hits to be a meta. They said they want all spells to be kind of used. They don't want spells to be kind of left in the dust. Of course, you know, we're going to have to keep getting better spells to keep up with the game as we progress. But that's kind of why they added in spell writing. So you can upgrade some of the earlier on spells so they're actually kind of useful later in the game. And so I think there's a lot of concern with how spells should be balanced out in terms of damage and uniqueness and being able to not just one shot instantly or not be the focus. They don't want Shadow Magic to be the main meta. So there's a lot of things to consider in here. Mammoth and Lord of Winter are okay. Mammoth, I use Mammoth a lot on my eyes. Whenever I do like soloing, I usually just use Mammoth to be hit. Sirens, I think Sirens needs maybe a slight damage buff. I stopped using Leviathan when I got... What level would I have been? When I got Storm Owl, I stopped using Leviathan. So that's something on its own. I don't know about Lord of Winter. I don't know where that's at right now. I haven't seen any changes on that. But I think Mammoth is alright. Or Mammoth I think is just good where it's at right now. I think it should be changed. Alright, so is there any last point of concern for Ice before we move on to Death? Frostbite. Isn't Frostbite like PvP based? I never use Frostbite. Frost Giant I think should really have its original health back, or original damage. So there's definitely a lot of concern on different spells. I'll be back one sec, guys. Alright guys, I'm back. I'm about to step away in just a few minutes to get a drink as well. So I'm going to do that after we discuss death. Alright, plus we gotta remember mobs will be reduced in health. Correct. You're happy with what's been covered? Alright. So just a quick recap on what we did with Storm and Ice before we get any further. With Storm, Storm Owl was nerfed, but pretty much Storm Owl I think was an overpowered state already. So we didn't really have much concern with trying to make Storm Owl better. Sirens right now does 730, which if we could have even so much as like a 25 damage boost to that, we'd be alright with. Because when we compare it to Stormlord and all the other spells that we have, Sirens right now is not of main good use. And so Sirens definitely going to need a small damage boost in terms of just maintaining its relevance in the game for player perspective, not necessarily just even in tone with bouncing. Just for player perspective, Sirens does need a little bit of damage boost. Iron Sultan is at around 1,000 damage, which we're kind of alright with. We already discussed the idea of doing a 25 to 35% damage boost if you divide the spells, which I think would actually make them useful, because we don't really use divide spells much in the game. It's a cool concept, but the second you even split it between two people, that spell becomes just kind of irrelevant. Now, like, unless you're, for example, like a Death Wizard and you're a Storm Wizard hitter, so like if your Storm Wizard's going to hit the main boss with something big, then a Death Wizard can take out the minions using a divide spell in one round. So I mean, for that use specifically it's good, but divide spells in general are not necessarily as useful. Rizolka's Wrath isn't balanced with Storm Owl. Rizolka's Wrath now does 1300-ish damage, which is the minimum of Storm Owl, and then Rizolka requires less pips. It does require a Shadow Pip, but it requires less pips, and you have a chance of getting a Stormblade back from that. So in terms of balancing right now, it looks like Rizolka and Storm Owl is kind of in tune with each other. And Stormlord is a little bit weaker than what's desired. But compared to Sirens, Stormlord isn't that bad. So Stormlords and Sirens is currently what we're kind of looking at for a 25 to 35 damage increase. To remain its significance and appreciation, I believe is what we're looking at. In terms of Ice, when we go back to Ice, just to recap here, like to show you guys, our main concerns are Frost Giant, because it didn't necessarily need a nerf, but it got one because Frost Giant is one of the most relied on hits for Ice. So in terms of PvE, Frost Giant I think should be returned back to 475. For Woolly Mammoth, we're currently fine with, because Woolly Mammoth is one of the better hits for Ice, and it's not the most OP hit in the game, which I think is what we're alright with. And Snowball Barrage would like to be reduced, or like to be returned to at least 80 damage per pip, because it does require a Shadow Pip, and Ice Gear in itself is weaker than Storm Gear in general. So you don't really got to worry about the school being overpowered and having its own school uniqueness, because even though Tempest and Snowball Barrage would have the same amount of damage, Snowball Barrage does require a Shadow Pip, and Ice Gear is a little bit weaker. So Storm can still do more damage with Tempest than Ice can with Snowball Barrage, even though they do the same amount of damage. So if Snowball Barrage is at 80 damage and hit all, we'd be alright with that, as we discussed. And then Abominable Weaver we are alright with, because the developers don't want it to be overpowered as the biggest, one of the biggest hits in the game, and especially a Shadow hit, because it takes away from other spells. Abominable Weaver will do 5 pips and 1 Shadow Pip. It takes that to do 790 to 910 and 50% to incoming hits. So that way, it looks like we met in the middle on that, and Abominable Weaver seemed to be good when we discussed it. And it looks like it's definitely at a good spot, especially compared to Woolly Mammoth. It's pretty in tune with Woolly Mammoth, actually. So that's where kind of Shadow Magic's balancing itself to games or spells we've already had in the game, and we're alright with the change. So we can actually deal with that change. So I think as of right now, we have discussed a lot for Storm and Ice. And oh my gosh, we have 5 other schools we gotta look at. So we're gonna kind of rush through the other schools, because we've been live for a little while, and there are other people streaming today as well. And we did discuss Life a little bit. We did discuss Life as well. So we're gonna kind of return to Life real quick, and then we'll jump into Death, because Life we can kind of go through a little bit faster. So for Life, what we are looking at, I gotta find the spells that changed real quick. So for Life, Forest Lord now does, for 7 pips, it does 620 to 680, which for lower levels especially, that is fairly good for Forest Lord. As long as the animation can be sped up eventually, then Forest Lord, we're alright where it is at. Especially if you enchant it later on, it's fine for AoE. Lamasude now does 732 for 4 pips, 1 Shadow Pip, and it divides, which is kind of weaker if you're, hitting as a, if you're doing a quest that only has like 1 boss, then Lamasude is a decent hit. Or if you eliminate the minion and do damage to the boss but you can't finish the boss off, then Lamasude is good. But in terms of just dividing, Lamasude is not really going to be used unless you're in the scenario of you have a hitter that's saving up for a big hit on the boss and you want to use Lamasude to get rid of the minions. Then in that perspective, Lamasude is good, but Lamasude still needs to be kind of, or just divide spells in general need to be looked at. For life, Rebirth now requires 8 pips instead of 7, and it still does 650 health and 400 damage shield to everybody on your team. And Rebirth is a little bit weaker in terms of just Pigsy being used in general, but they're kind of looking at wanting to do crafted spells, a little bit more overpowered than spells in the game because of the work that goes into them. So for that concern and perspective, we're alright. And then Wings of Fate have been changed. So taking a look at what Wings of Fate used to do in the current game as of right now, without Test Realm, Wings of Fate did 535 damage and heal for 3 rounds. As of right now, Wings of Fate will do 50 plus 400 life damage, hit all, over time, and then 50 plus 400 health heal back over time. What do you guys think about that? I'm gonna see if there's a way I can show that up on screen for Wings of Fate, just because I feel like that's a difficult spell to work with. And like I said, guys, all this feedback is going directly to KI, so make sure you guys put down any concerns you have. And then also, real quick, guys, if you have a Twitter account that I can contact, then do this giveaway that I'm about to do. If you don't have a Twitter account, then yeah, I don't think this giveaway is gonna work out too well. So if you have a Twitter account, feel free to enter this giveaway. If not, I'm still giving away more codes. But put ICE in the chat. Put ICE for a chance to get a code. And then one winner will be randomly selected in a minute. And then if you have a Twitter account, post it in chat and I can contact you to do that. I wish I could just private message people on YouTube. I don't know why that's not a thing. Ice does get the highest blades in the game. Something that I was thinking about. Like I said, guys, if you have a Twitter account, because that's the only way I can contact you. There's no other way I can do it on YouTube. You ever gonna stream on Twitch? I used to stream on Twitch, and I thought about doing like random streams. I wouldn't want on my channel on Twitch, but I normally never stream on Twitch. Although I really wish you could just private message people on YouTube. I don't know why that's not a thing. Mostly useful in solo. Okay, so if there are any life wizards in the game, or in my chat right now, do y'all guys ever use Wings of Fate? And if you do, what scenario? Because Wings of Fate is kind of a big concern of life. And then after that we got Death, Balance, Myth, and Fire. Guys, this stream's gonna be a lot longer than I thought it was, but we've covered a lot. We made some really good discussions. Takes feigns from big hits. Use them more in the catacombs. It's OP. I used to have it, but I have to be very careful. So for Wings of Fate, So, I don't... Yeah, I never see it in terms of PvE, but I don't really ever see any Life Wizards soloing, so that's my concern of where's Wings of Fate in the game right now. You don't usually use it? Okay, and then if you are using it, why would you use it? Like, what scenario? Like, even if you're soloing, do you try to use, like, Wings of Fate first? Would you rather focus on something else? Would you rather eliminate the boss first? What is your main reason to use Wings of Fate? For Dragon Figure. I agree with you, Fair. Are you talking about for PvP or PvE, Shire? Using it helping out with lower levels. Because on the team, if you have randoms and no plan. If you have randoms and no plan, then you use it. Bosses that hit over time. Using the catacombs to troll the storm wizards. That's funny. Alright, so as of right now, is there any changes you guys think should be made to Wings of Fate? Because like I said, guys, all feedback will be provided to King's Isle. Congratulations, Shire Tropic Studio. You have won the code giveaway. Let me know your Twitter account. I can send it to you. Wings actually looks better. Heal all spell. Wings of Fate does heal everybody, doesn't it? It's been so long since I've seen this. Yeah, so let me know your Twitter account, Shire, and I can send it to you. Because for whatever reason, I can't message people on YouTube. Hint, hint, YouTube needs to be a feature. If you have a good team and you're going a 4-round kill strat, it's useless. Okay, so if you're trying to like speed quest, you want to use Wings of Fate. But doesn't revive. See, shouldn't all life spells just revive? Like, even if you're dead, shouldn't all healing spells that affect someone, like, unless you're already dead, if you're casted it but you already died, but shouldn't all healing spells heal you? Zuri, Swift Rider at Rider Zuri, awesome. So whatever biggest concern you guys have with Wings of Fate, let me know. Do overtime does revive now? Oh, it does? Oh, that's pretty cool then if it does. I'm gonna message you real quick over on Twitter. Zuri, just to make sure I have the right person. Why is it not showing me your... Okay, there you go. Alright, I tweeted at you. Alright, so we are going to go ahead and wrap up this part of the live stream. We've already discussed Storm, Ice, and Life. Oh, Sherry. Sherry, right? Did I say that right, Sherry? I'm sorry. I really do apologize. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I apologize. I hate messing up people's names. If I mess up your name, just please let me know. Honestly, the animation spell's kind of weird. Balance. Do you want to go to balance next? I think fire's kind of. I think fire kind of got off the easiest out of any of them in terms of being changed. Yeah, fire actually got some buffs today. Yeah, okay, so let's go and do balance, because balance I think is like the most concerned just in general in terms of its future, because balance is kind of at that. There's a lot going on with balance. Do fire next. Yes, please. Bounce. I don't know. Get red torn. Alright, you know what? Let's put it to a vote. If you think we should do balance next, say balance. If you think we should do fire next, say fire. And I will try to go find if anybody's posted the changes. I really wish they would put like pictures up on the test realm so I can see the spells in themselves. Oh hey, wait a minute. Oh, never mind, that won't work. What are we saying? Balance, 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 balance. It's 4 bounces. Bounce. Did you get my tweet by chance? Sherry? Yeah, because they're not in the update notes. The spell changes aren't even in the update notes, which makes it difficult to see this. I'm just seeing what other people of different schools are posting on Twitter to look at. So shout out to all the people in the community that are posting their school's changes, because this is really helpful. Aha! We found a balance. Do what? Am I seeing this right? Oh, okay, hang on, okay. Okay, I see the problem. Alright, so we're gonna go and take a look at balance. I'm not seeing anybody posting balance changes. Yes! Someone posted a death one right here and a fire one right there. Awesome. Alright, so I'm not really seeing anyone posting much about balance changes. So, I don't even know what balance changes are right now. Let me try some people on Final Bash and see if they post anything. Okay, I'm not seeing any changes. I'm not seeing anybody post anything about balance. Does anybody know what's changed in balance wise? Because guys, I'm not really seeing anything on balance. Balance really does need to take a look at, or needs to be just. It needs a lot of work to be done. I'll just say that much. Yeah, guys, I'm not seeing anything on balance. Nested Fury. We can talk about Nested Fury. Seems like that's changed a lot. Oh, you got a tweet? Okay, I'll give you that code in just a quick sec. Hydra got buffed. That's cool. Chimera got buffed. That's cool. You'll DM me a link with the full spell change list. Thank you so much, Fire. I really do appreciate it. I like Myth the most, and Balance is the second school. They're pretty charismatic. In terms of animations, I think Balance has the least appealing animations to look at. There's definitely a lot of work that go into the animations, no doubt, but I think Balance has the least appealing to look at. So right now, Nested Fury. Looking at Nested Fury right now, for 6 pips, 1 Shadow Pip, Nested Fury does either 805 ice damage to everybody, 970 fire damage to everybody, or 1050 storm damage to everybody. So just in terms of overall damage, this spell is better than Stormlord. It is better than Sirens. It is better than Frost Giant. So what do you guys think? 805 ice damage to everybody, or 970 fire damage to everybody, or 1050 storm damage to everybody is what the Nested Fury does. Thank you so much, Fire. I really do appreciate it. Alright, so looking at the balance changes. As of right now. Oh, I just think it's so long to load. Oh wow! Oh wow! This actually has all the spell changes. I might actually just see if I can stream the screen. Thank you so much, Fire. So it looks like we have a list of all the spells that have changed. So I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Alright, so let me see if I can go put this up on screen. I'm gonna take off the Wings of Fate. We don't need that anymore. Is there any way I could put this up without being a problem? Why is this so problematic? Yeah, I had a feeling that would happen. Ah! Okay. Alright, so we're gonna do things a little bit difficult. A little differently than what I wanted to, but it'll work, guys. We'll make it work. So, taking a look at balance. I have a way I can put all the spells up here. Just one quick second. And behold, everybody, we have if it will load. How are you guys doing today? I'm sorry it's taking so long, guys. But if we can get this to work, it will be great. Boom, balance. Alright. Let's just maximize this to the screen here. Hopefully that's good enough for you guys to see that. Yeah, I could post a link, that way you guys can take a look at it as I go. Actually, I'll go and put it in chat if you guys want to take a look at it. So if you guys want to open that up and work with me as we go through these. Alright, now we can actually look at all of the changes just fine. Okay, I gotta get out of here. I'm sorry guys, I like the music, but the Pet Pavilion music drives me nuts after just like 2.5 minutes. Alright, So currently looking at balance. Man, I really wish I knew about this the entire time. Taking a look at balance. First off, we have Chimera. Currently in test realm, it does 345 myth, life, or lift my 345 myth, life, and death damage. It used to do 340. Now it does 5 more. Which in turn for 9 pips, you're doing a total of like 1,000 damage. If you do a Spirit Blade and you faint. Overall, it looks like it could still be a good spell. Not the most useful spell, but being able to add up, that's like what, 1,000 damage total. And then 5 extra damage. I feel like it doesn't make that big of a difference. If it did maybe 10 to 15 more damage at least, so that way it did like 360. 360, I think would be in the alright spot. Just because I think 5 damage isn't going to make that big of a difference in terms of making Chimera the most useful spell. What do you guys think about that? Oh wow. Is that really Hydra? Yeah, so Hydra took a step in the wrong direction. So for Hydra, 230 Fire, 230 Ice, 230 Storm. Oh, hang on, I'm looking at this backwards. Hang on. Yeah, so Hydra got buffed. Hydra used to be weak, but Hydra got buffed now. So Hydra now does 230 Fire, 230 Ice, 230 Storm, which that is 40 more damage per school than it used to be. So that's 40, 80. That's an extra 120 damage than it used to be. So that extra 120 damage that it used to be, that is good. I think Hydra right now is at a better state than what it was. So if you add all that up, that's 230, that's 460, that is 690, so that's a total of 690 damage for 6 pips, which I don't think is that bad. By the time you add in a feint, you triple blade, you do your elemental blade, what I mean by that. I think Hydra's definitely at a better spot than what it was. So the Hydra buff I'm alright with. Do you guys think Hydra needs to be buffed a little bit better? What do we got? What do we think about Chimera and Hydra by itself? Alright, it's pretty good as it is now. Hydra is good now. What do you guys think about Chimera? Should Chimera be adjusted a little bit? Like, do a little bit more? Or do you guys think Chimera is alright right now? Both seem legit. You like it? Much more useful and PvP. Mid-level PvP and PvE. Alright, so if it looks like Chimera and Hydra are doing pretty good, that sounds great. You like it? Okay, so it looks like everybody approves of the Chimera and Hydra changes as well. I mean, it looks good to me. It's definitely not a nerf. And balance, I think, really does need to be able to have more utility. Could do another 5 extra damage for the extra pips. Yeah, that's definitely manageable. That's definitely manageable. So if Chimera did a little bit of extra damage. For the extra pip wise. Yeah, okay. I'll go and put that down. Hydra, we like where it's at. And Chimera. A little extra damage. Nothing too insane, but anywhere from, what are we thinking, 5 to 20? Is where we want Chimera to hopefully get up to. Alright, and Hydra, we said we were alright with. Alright. So if we are good here. Alright guys, what do we think about Gaze of Fate and Nested Fury? These are the two Shadow Pips that have been changed for balance. Alright, so Gaze of Fate definitely got weaker by looking at it. And then a Nested Fury, I think that the Nested Fury pretty much, yeah, Nested Fury, I think in a way is pretty much at a stronger state now. So looking at Gaze of Fate, 325 bounce damage instead of the 550 that it normally does. And then it does 345 of a random hit instead of being 550 of a random hit. And you still get your 25% balance global. So Gaze of Fate is definitely weaker. In terms of questing only, is Gaze of Fate just too problematic right now? Or what do you guys think? Hello, first card. Gaze of Fate got worse. 5 minimum. Okay, sounds good. So you like Gaze now compared to Nested Fury. So just in terms of questing, as a balance wizard, PvE, do y'all guys think that these spells need to be changed? It's pretty good for PvP. Alright, do you guys ever use Gaze of Fate in questing? Alright, Sherry, please DM me when you get the chance. And I'll provide you your code. Speaking of codes, guys, make sure y'all keep up with chat. Might be some interesting codes coming around. Gaze, more PvE spell. This Fury got best, I would say. I can't see it being used much in PvE. Okay, actually it got better. Double Feint Gaze is pretty OP, to be honest. I'd wait for the extra pip for oh yeah, I guess it does only pip difference too. Is Nested Fury an AoE? It is. I know much about Shadow Hit apart from Gaze of Fate being an AoE. Oh wait, is Gaze of Fate an AoE? Yes, it is definitely a good thing that they're taking a look at the lower level spells as well. So I think balance improved, or is going to improve a lot from this test run. Chimera has been upped, Hydra's been upped. Chimera does need a little bit more of a boost, I think. Gaze of Fate, I guess, not used too much in questing, and the people still consider it a good hit regardless. Not as good as they were hoping it would still be. But Nested Fury does look good. I think it got a slight buff if anything. So are there any concerns right now for the spells you guys see on screen? Okay, so Gaze of Fate's not an AoE? I didn't think it was, but I wasn't sure. But if there's anything you guys see out of the ordinary right now that you guys want to look at to make sure it's adjusted, let me know, because all this feedback, like I've said, will be going straight to KI. Making sure that I'm got this done right here as well. P32L. If you guys hear, they're hammering up a wall in the other room. They're hammering up a wall in the other room. If you guys can hear that. So yeah, if there's any other changes you guys want to see real quick, make sure to let me know. PvE Bounce Wizard. I'm pretty content with these changes, to be honest. Hello, Super Yellow Cats. Hello, Kimberly. I don't know how long you've been here, but hello, Kimberly. New changes apart from Gaze of Fate, obviously since it was nerfed, but I've seen Estafari getting used more. It's like a boosted Spectral Blast. Oh, that's a good way to think about that, actually. Boosted Spectral Blast. So do you guys think Gaze of Fate needs any other changes before we move on to... We're going to go and do Fire, and then Death, and then Myth, and then we'll wrap it up there. Really satisfied with most of the changes? Same. Alright, so if there is no other concern on Gaze of Fate, we will move on to Fire. I really wish I had known about this website the entire stream. This is nice. Thank you so much, Fire, for sending it to me. I really do appreciate it. And then shout out to whoever made all these the Test Realm spell changes. That's awesome. Alright, going once, going twice. Myth Last Ray. I don't know if I'll do Myth Last. That's just the order, just because I feel like Death is the one I want to cover the most, but Fire got changed a bit today. So I'm really psyched to do Fire. Just bounce for PvE, so it's good. Alright, so it looks like we're pretty much good with Gaze of Fate. Alright, so going to take a look at the Fire spells coming up. Man, I wish I would have known about this. This is nice. Getting all fancy here. Alright, let's go ahead and move this big enough. I want to make sure it's big enough to read, but it's not like pixelated. Alright, so these are the current changes to Fire in this test realm. Myth is just amazing right now. The current dev team does care about the game. They really do. I know there's a lot of, I know they make a lot of controversial changes, but what they really want to do is they want to make it to where long lasting the game doesn't get too repetitive and doesn't get to be at the point where everything's just broken gameplay wise. So even though they're controversial changes, they're changes that they were really hoping would come along. So, and I think they're changes that would need to be made over time. So even though they're controversial, I understand why they're doing them. Myth is so amazing right now. Myth, I have seen a couple of the Myth spells. Myth does look good. We'll do Fire, and then Death, and then Myth, and then we should be done there, and I'll do a recap of everything we discussed. Fire Dragon is... yeah, Fire Dragon's insane, guys. So, taking a look at the changes we have made, Fire Dragon in Live Realm was 440 to 351, over 3 rounds to all enemies. Guys, Fire Dragon now does 600 to 375 over time on all enemies, which is insane. This does more than Stormlord and Sirens in just damage in total. In damage in total, this does more than Stormlord and Sirens. So Fire definitely took the hitting power. And then Fire from Above. We're looking at Fire from Above used to be 1100 to 1300, and then a 25% fire trap to all, or to whoever you hit. And now it is currently 960 to 1080, and then 25% fire trap to all spells. So it is a slight nerf. Generally speaking, most schools here kind of got nerfed anyway, so there's no way to escape that. But it doesn't look like Fire was really hit that bad in terms of just Fire Dragon and Fire from Above. Looking at Scorching Scimitars, it used to do 1092 and then divide all enemies. Now it does 876 divide all enemies, which I think is kind of a step in the wrong direction. I think Scorching Scimitars... Iron Sultan does do a little bit less now. So for Scorching Scimitars to be changed, I do not think it should have been lowered that much. Maybe it's 900 to 1000 if it was going to get lowered. But Scorching Scimitars, I don't think that was a big deal change there. Or like a need a change. And then Raging Bull used to be 775 to 900, now it is 705 to 825, with a minus 40% accuracy shield to all enemies. So in terms of accuracy, it is kind of making up with a little bit of that damage loss, and then the damage loss isn't as bad as it could have been. So let's go and start up with Fire Dragon after our rechat. Any idea the dev team would go into changing the game graphics, making textures high quality? They said they're going to do a little touch up to Krokotopia, but graphics isn't their biggest concern because they'd rather spend their time doing bigger content updates and doing graphic changes. Can't say a lot about fire spells. Never played fire. I do have a fire wizard, but I'm only like level 30, I think, level 31, I think. Designed to like was similar to the Wizard 101 trailer that was released back to 2012. Oh, the good old days. It's expensive, reverse, and time consuming, so it's going to be slow. Yes, that's concerning the graphics. It could be a good idea slightly changing it to better choose to go to the RTX, but at least changing the game experience. For example, Mushu definitely needs some change to it. Fire Dragon's nice. Okay. Fire Dragon, and pun intended, Fire Dragon is on fire. Like, Fire Dragon is on fire. Oh, by the way, guys. Never mind. Okay. So, Fire Dragon is on fire. 600 to 375. That's insane. So, there's definitely not any problems with Fire Dragon. Do you guys think it's overpowered? Just in generally speaking, compared to other schools? Or like I even said, it's stronger than Stormlord and Sirens. Granted, Sirens does remove a blade, but... And Stormlord does stun. Do you guys think Fire Dragon is just like overwhelmingly OP? And what I mean by that is, if it looks like it should be nerfed, then it should be nerfed now, then it should be later on. Is what I'm trying to say. So if you guys see anything that seems overpowered, that you think is probably going to get nerfed, it's probably a good idea to say something now, because people are not going to be happy if it got nerfed later on. Bull's damage for the increased mantle value, I just noticed, yeah. Okay, so Fire Dragon, you can't complain about Fire Dragon being weak, that's for sure. Scimitars needs to be changed. The accuracy changed on Raging Bull, did it? Raging Bull 70%. Yeah, I'm thinking it probably went down, maybe. Not sure. Yeah, it probably went down, if anything. Alright, so just looking at this. Fire Dragon. So, Fire Dragon. Awesome. We do have to take into consideration that enchants will give a full boost to the front hit because half goes to the first hit and the other half goes to the do over time as well. Okay, so that is something to think about. That is definitely something to think about there. So with Fire Dragon specifically speaking, do you guys think the initial damage? Sorry guys, it's 101 degrees right now, and I currently don't have like an AC or fan or anything going on in my room. It is hot outside. But do you guys think Fire Dragon, its initial damage needs to be concerned with? Bull's accuracy mantle went up, actually. It went up to 40%. The version that's in the game right now is 25. But the version that's in test form right now is 40. Okay, so I guess so now when I think about it, when you look at spells like Stormlord, for example, that does 690 just for one main hit. So 600, that does kind of show that Storm is going to have a little bit more damage than Fire will. And then the overtime is good because you can, especially when you have blades, if you feign your trap or anything, that gives extra utility. But that kind of bounces out for Fire. So, with that being said, I think Fire Dragon's probably at a good state right now. I think Fire Dragon's fine. When you're concerned about, especially after you enchant, and just the overtime utility compared to Stormlord's initial damage of being 690, Sirens being 730 for 9 pips, but with Stormlord being at 7 pips, I think Fire Dragon's kind of in tune where it needs to be considered a fire spell, and damage-wise, I guess it's really not overpowered when you compare it to other schools. So Fire Dragon, we'll go ahead and check that off as well. Excellent work, KingsIsle. Looks like we're all in approval of Fire Dragon being good. I love that we're doing the stream, guys. We're getting a lot of discussion done today. I'm taking note of all the spells we're discussing, and it's great. I love it. Alright, so Fire Dragon, we were good off. Fire from Above. What do you guys think about Fire from Above? Is Fire from Above in a very needed to be changed state as of right now? Or do you guys think something needs to be done about it? Because we still get the 3 fire traps on him, which I hear is really good for your fire. The damage might not be as high as it was before, but like I said, guys, every school's kind of taken a hit in terms of overpowered damageness. So are there any concerns with Fire from Above that need to be changed? Because I don't quest on a fire that's high enough for the spell. So anyone that quests on a fire, please let me know what your opinion is on FFA. Yeah, because I don't know where to speak from Fire from Above. Because in itself, it's not a bad hit. It's 5 pips, 1 Shadow Pip. It does 1,000 damage. I mean, in terms of, even though it only hits one person, it still does more damage than bugs. So to put that in perspective. It's still doing more damage than bugs is in test realm right now. Because bugs is only doing right at a little over 900. A little too much for 5 pips, especially with 3 traps. Alright, because like I said, guys, if something seems like overpowering, then it's better just to get it out now than have it get nerfed later on. I'm thinking, as of right now, just by taking a look, I need to move my character around before I go inactive. But just by taking a look at what I'm seeing right now, it looks like Fire from Above is still a useful hit overall. It might have possibly been considered overpowered the way it used to be. I think right now it's definitely alright. Nerf the trap values. Okay, so what if we did... Actually, okay, so what do you guys think about this? What if we did... I just want to spitball this idea out here. Like I said, guys, this is not my discussion to handle, because I'm not a questioner on High on That Fire. But what if we did, for Fire from Above... What if we did 975 to 1,050 and left the traps, and then boosted accuracy to 75%. So slightly less damage, like maximum damage, but a little bit more damage than you can get minimum. 975 to 1,050. Check chat in a second, guys, as well. Cause I don't know. I don't really know exactly where we're going on FFA. We might actually come back to that. FFA, I don't know. We'll come back to FFA. To be honest, 25% tries to the issue. Okay, so what if we did Okay, what if we did... Okay, what if we just kept the damage and maybe just changed it to 15 or 20% fire traps? Because I definitely think the fire traps contributes to the idea of it being a fire spell. But 25%, if that's kind of like where the biggest concern is, aside from damage. FFA is an interesting spell to try to balance out. Because I feel like the damage and the traps together is what makes it good. So it's kind of, we have to try to find a meet in the middle there. Alright, good luck to whoever got that code for the new exclusive Super Nabari pack. Well, I have so many codes, so I'm trying to spread them out. Alright, so that's kind of... Alright, so it looks like that's kind of what we're looking at. So keeping the damage because fire is a damaging school, and then it is still less damage than what FFA used to be, which I think is kind of where their biggest point of concern was. But if the fire traps are kind of like the biggest concern, maybe consider doing it to 20% fire trap max instead of 25. Remember guys, all this feedback does go straight to KI, and whatever looks like it will be nerfed, but isn't right now, there's a good chance it's going to get nerfed later on. So it's better just to get out all thoughts right now because people aren't going to be happy if they nerf again later on. So FFA, we're fine with damage. Reduce the triple fire trap to 20% max. Alright, and then we are focusing mainly on questing, like I said guys, because PvP is like an entire different reality to questing. And because questing is the main portion of Wiz, that's just what I wanted to focus on. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and move on to Scorching Scimitars, because wow, we're building up a lot of time on the stream. So we're gonna go ahead and move over to Scorching Scimitars because that is definitely the biggest concern. So like I said guys, the divide spells are not exactly the most used spells in the game. We had someone suggest earlier that the divide spell should be able to do a little bit of an extra boost. So even though it's not the full damage, because if you cut a spell by half, it's kind of not as used. So if you guys have any ideas for Scorching Scimitars, or maybe if we even added like a minus 5 to 10% accuracy to whoever you hit with it, that kind of thing. If you guys have any ideas for where Scorching should be moved to, go ahead and say that. And then touching over to Raging Bull, it's less damage definitely. But when you compare it to spells like Stormlord, because Stormlord's only going to do 690 and it doesn't require a Shadow Pip, and it does stun, Raging Bull will do 705 minimum now, and a minus 40% accuracy shield on all enemies for 6 pips and a Shadow Pip. I feel like if they're going by pip conversion, I feel like Raging Bull's not exactly balanced out overall where it should be at. Oh, Destiny Rain. Oh, that's pretty cool. I'm gonna thank her for that. The frame rate cap for Wiz is 60 frames per second. It is 60. But yeah, I gotta thank Destiny for that. That's pretty cool. Yeah, same here. I have a decent computer, but lately, especially in Wizard City, my frames get really choppy. But I think that's just because Wizard City's like the central hub. But if you guys have any ideas for Scorching Scimitars, go ahead and put that up. But I'm gonna go ahead and spitball this for Raging Bull. For Raging Bull, just because Stormlord is going to do 690 and Sirens does 730, I think Raging Bull, considering the Shad, I think is an alright state. Maybe, what if we did, okay, so what if we did for Raging Bull? I don't know, I'm trying to think how I want to do this. Because Storm is the best, is classified as the hitting school Wiz. So we don't want to make any school necessarily seem overpowered in that perspective, but Fire's also a main hitting school, and Fire does need good spells as well, especially if we're trying to like align balancing type things. So, trying to think where we want to take this, because we don't want to diminish the power of a Shadow Pip. But then again, if we compare it to Bugs, Bugs will still do 920 and take away one blade from all enemies. Okay, so what if we made Raging Bull, just spitballing here, like I said, guys, 715 to... I'm trying to think how I want to do this. 715 to 815. Or maybe even reduce that just a little bit. 715 to 815. Maybe just make it 775. I feel like that's a good, fair, meet in the middle point. Because they said they want Shadow Pips to work like a 3-pip bonus. Now, how that lines up with other schools, I'm not going to worry about the math on that. I'm just trying to get in terms of just making it useful, but not overpowered. It's kind of where we're going. Fire seems like they are going to do a lot of damage, but they are definitely fine-tuning Storm out a little bit. So, I don't know, I think 775 is pretty good. So what if we did... What if we did 7... What if we did 7... I'm trying to think how I'm going to do this. Bugs is still... Because if you enchant it with 300, that's still 1220. Something with Raging Bull. Trying to think exactly where I want to hit the nail on this one. 735 to 775. What do you guys think? $735 to 775. How do we feel about that? Oh, is it really the only one? Alright, so I do like the idea of it being in the middle around 775. So, we'll put, maybe if we put down a maybe. So for Raging Bull, how about we did, would y'all guys be alright with if it did 735 to 775? Because I like the idea of 775, but I don't want, you know, the spell to be considered like overpowered when compared to other schools, because they got their whole balancing method out on that. So, trying to think exactly how I want to swing this. But then again, 775 compared to Bugs, that's 920. Bugs removes one blade. Raging Bull does do the minus 40. So if they do want to keep the damage gap, I think 735 to 775 is good. But if they're willing to do a fixed damage, then 775. But I mean, if they left it like this, it's fine. I mean, like, if they're gonna keep it fine, it's whatever. Like where it's at right now in Test Realm, if they're gonna keep it like that, then it's whatever. But if they really want to like do balancing and then not have to nerf it later on in the game, because no one likes it when they nerf spells, they want to balance it out to try to make the game completely balanced, and they want to do it all as much as possible in one single time, which is why all these spells are being changed all at once. And so they're not going to like if it changes later on. Like 2 years from now, they're not going to say, okay, Raging Bull, take away 150. You know, they're not going to like that. So I just want to make sure we try to get as balanced in a best way of a player and dev perspective as possible. Something that everybody can agree on. That's what we're trying to go for here. Just for questing only, not PvP, but just for questing. What are we fine with? 6 pips, so you count for the smoke screen, then you have 5 pips left for damage. 85 because it does cost 1 more pip. Possibly reduce the mantle to 35. I'll put down some of these notes. Just for the sake of time, we might have to keep going. Thank you, Emma. Thank you guys for coming out. I really love doing this discussion stream. Just because it's such an important thing that I wanted to get done with in the game. So, thank you really for coming out, guys. I really do appreciate it. The Bugs can be 920 for 5 pips plus Shad. Then Bull should be at least 735 to 825 for 5 pips and 1 utility. Sorry, you have to go do chores. That is completely fine, Emma. Thank you so much for coming out. I really do appreciate it. Thanks for coming, Emma. I really do appreciate it, guys. Speaking of appreciating it, check it out, guys. We have another code in chat for a new pack. Bugs is 940, but no utility. Bugs right now is currently... oh, it is 940. I thought it was 920. Oh, it is 940. Oh, there is no utility. It doesn't remove blades anymore. That's right. I don't know how we missed that when we discussed it on the live stream. But it doesn't remove blades anymore. That's something to think about. Alright, so with that in mind, then I'm actually willing for it to go up to higher damage. I'm mentally alright with that. Let me know if you guys get anything from that code, by the way. Tag me on Twitter. Let me know what you guys got. But, yeah. Worth the sub? Oh, thank you. Deleted by the Google moderator team. I don't know why that happened. I know what your message said. Your message said worth the sub, which I appreciate you saying that. I don't know why the Google moderator team was against that. But I do appreciate it. Alright, so for Raging Bull, I feel like, what if we did 735 to 825, just because Bugs doesn't remove blades? What do you guys think? 735 to 825, just because it doesn't remove blades, and then we keep the accuracy shield on it, but the accuracy for Raging Bull itself does not go up. What do you guys think? No, you can't post links. YouTube will flag links. Alright, so his drops from that was, let's see what all it was. Pet, Crocomummy, a couple of the housing guys, a vending fossil, so nothing too good. But, yeah, thank you for tagging me in that, I appreciate it. It really was nice King's Isle to sponsor the stream with drops. Alright, so are we fine with 735 to 825, minus 40% accuracy shield on all enemies, and keep it at 70% accuracy, just because when we compare it to Bugs, Bugs will do 940 but has no extra utility on it, and Bugs is only 5 pips. Yeah, in terms of doing damage only, they can focus on Bugs doing more damage if there is no extra utility to account for in terms of making the spell balanced. In case someone uses Bugs against us. Now everyone's in the vid, more than codes. Alright, I like this. We're having a really good discussion, guys. It's been an overall fun stream for me. Alright, so final checklist on Raging Bull. Are we fine with 735 to 825, minus 40 accuracy to all enemies, 70% accuracy to cast the spell? Because we're fine with that, we are going to touch on Scorching Scimitars real quick. Because, guys, we still got Death, and we still got Myth. We got to look at as well. I think Death we're going to fly through, because I think Death had some good changes, from what I've seen anyways. So I'm going to start discussing Scorching Scimitars. So let me know what you guys think about Raging Bull. Yes, it's still good. So Iron Sultan, I think, got a little nerf to it. Scorching Scimitars did get heavily nerfed. What do we think if... I don't really know how to fine-tune these divide spells, just because how it's going to split the damage. But what if we think Iron Sultan currently does 948 in Test Realm. So what if for fire... Scorching Scimitars, when we compare it to Iron Sultan, what if Scorching Scimitars did 935 and minus, let's just say 5% accuracy to all enemies. So 935 minus 5% accuracy to all enemies for Scorching Scimitars. What do you guys think? Because I mean, I'm still trying to think of value of 4 pips and a Shadow Pip, but I don't think it's necessarily try to outdo Storm on damage. But for what it doesn't do in damage or fire, I think if it did accuracy, it would kind of balance that out. I like a 0.75 multiplier instead of a 0.5 multiplier. Why are you trying to put it back up? Just wondering. Just for the sake of making the spells useful and versatile. Well, okay, you know, you actually bring up a good point when you mentioned that, because when we look at FFA, FFA is just one more pip, and that's automatically more damage, more traps. So that's obviously a no-brainer if you're doing a single hit instead of using Scorching Scimitars. So I'm just trying to keep Scorching Scimitars more relevant in terms of questing. Yeah, I guess 5% actually is a bit useless, but just try to get something a little bit extra. Just because, just to keep the spells interesting, because no one really uses the divide spells much, because it cuts the damage by a significant amount if you use it on more than one person. I've seen divide spells used a lot, mostly for support players to try to eliminate minions, so that way a main hitter can just focus on the boss himself. So just in terms of trying to keep the divide spells more relevant and useful in the game, I don't think it's a good idea to try to dip the damage too low, just because there's not as many cases where you're going to use a divide spell just in general. So I'm just trying to keep it more relevant. Yeah, you could. If you tag the WizDevs on Twitter, they'll see it. I don't know if to reply because they get a lot of feedback over there. Their support usually does reply within 1 to 2 days. So you can reply there if you wanted to. I'm sure they'll see it. And then that's pretty much it. I think it's worth a shot if you think it's that big of a concern. I really do think it's worth a shot. Like, I will use bugs over Sultan so they could use a slight buff. Yeah, so that's where that concern is. Of just keeping spells relevant and useful. Because you get the divide spells after you get FFA, after you get bugs, after you get Raging Bull. So just trying to keep the divide spells more relevant. Not necessarily overpowering or like a must-use, but just more relevant. Yeah, I like the idea of doing 25 to 30% extra damage for each target. I did write that down for the divide spells, because I think it's a really good idea to keep them relevant. And then... okay, so what do we think if, even if there was no accuracy shield on it, or accuracy weakness, what if we added, or if we just increased the damage to 900 for Scorching Scimitars? And then we use the Or hope they implement the 25 to 35% boost when divided suggestion that Fire suggested, because that's a really good idea. Because I like the divide spells, I think the animations are cool, but I just think that unless you're trying to eliminate minions for someone else to take care of the boss, or if you're in a very specific cheating boss scenario, I feel like we just never use these spells, and I want them to be more relevant, and I want to be able to see them in game, and I want to use them in game myself. So what if we up the damage of Scorching Scimitars to 900? Would y'all guys be alright? That kind of more me in the middle, so that way it's not as nerfed heavily, and then it's more useful. So, are we good about 900 for Scorching Scimitars? And I'll go ahead and start setting up death. And I'll make sure to thank Destiny Rain after. For providing these really cool lists of everything that's changed. Instead of boosting damage when divided, instead of life healthing, the damage when going against two enemies, make like 75% of the damage to two enemies. Visually, I think Scimitar is the coolest fire spell. Well, I think the animations are really good for the split spells. There's just not much of a reason to use them when questing. PvP, I mean, is very scenario based, I guess, if you want to strategize like that. I know nothing about PvP. I once died in the first 20 seconds of a PvP round on my storm. I lost to an ice wizard in the first 20 seconds, so that's why I'm telling you guys I'm not good at PvP. I might still have that video up, by the way. I died in 20 seconds to an ice wizard in the first round of PvP. I uploaded a video on that too. I don't know if it's still on my channel if you guys ever want to go fishing for that, but I'm not a PvP player. Alright, so it looks like... Okay, so it looks like for Scorching Scimitars, our final thoughts on it is around 900, maybe to 920 if they're willing to go that high. I don't think they would be, but 900 seems like we're in favor of that. And then hopefully they can try to implement that divide system to where it gives a bonus boost to when you divide it, so it's not completely cutting the damage. Alright guys, so I have 3 packs left for the Super Nabari pack that KingsIsle has provided. So shout out to them again. If you guys want a chance to win those, all 3 of them are going to be given to one person. And I will be, I'll have to send it to you guys through Twitter. So if you guys have a Twitter account, I'm about to do another giveaway. And that's how you can win the codes. It only works if you're on the Twitter account, I'm sorry about that, but I've been giving away codes earlier to try to make up for that. So yeah. 4-pip Shadow Spells in the right place for PvP right now. They wanted to make the utility more useful. Also, Storm gets obliterated by ice. We've been new. That's not just you. Thank you. Alright, so it looks like we're going to go ahead and just leave Scorching Scimitars off at around 900 damage if we're fine with that. And then see if they can implement a damage boost. Like that 25 to 35% damage boost. Remember guys, all this feedback that we're doing, I'm making a list of it. All of this is going straight to KI directly. So all this will be sent directly to KI, and I'm pretty sure that they will be taking a look at everything we make a note of. So that is why they sponsored the stream. The mantle isn't that useful for PvE, would rather have damage. Damage. Alright, good to know. Good to know. I'll be back 1 second, guys. Alright guys, do we have any thoughts or concerns? And speaking of dropped frames, I have 120 dropped frames, which is weird. How do we enter the Twitter giveaway? So the way it works is I'm just going to post whatever word in the chat, like I said before. I'll post a word, you guys say it, and everyone will be entered a drawing to win, and then I'll announce the winner right after. So if you have a Twitter account, you can enter the giveaway, just because I've already given away 6 other codes that went through Twitter. You like fire as it is. I haven't seen the changes for Storm. Storm, they're just trying to fine-tune Storm. Right now, Sirens does 730, Stormlord does 690, Bugs does 920, Storm Owl got lowered down to 13 to 1400, and Rizulka is 13 to 1400 as well, roundabout. So they're trying to make sure that no one school can be seen as the most overpowered school, which I'm fine with. I think balancing is a good idea. But we'll go ahead and leave the notes off on that for fire, because it is taking a lot more time than I thought I would. But we're having really good discussions, guys, so I really do appreciate it. We're going to go ahead and move on over to death now, because death. I think the death one is pretty interesting to look at. I really got to thank Destiny. She's making the stream look so much more professional. It's insane. Thank you once again, Fire. I really do appreciate it. Alright, so these are the current death spells that are being adjusted. Shout out to Scarecrow for finally being adjusted. Scarecrow needed to be adjusted. How do we enter the Twitter giveaway? I'm going to put up a word in chat, and then all you got to do is just put the word in chat, just copy it back into chat, and then you'll automatically be entered. Scarecrow needed a buff. My buddy War Machine, he's a death wizard, and he was really psyched to see that they're making changes, and I'm really glad that they made this change. We have discussed Storm, Life, Ice, Fire, and Balance. We have Death and Myth left. This stream will be up by tomorrow morning. If you want to look back at all the thoughts we made, all this feedback that we're providing. Actually, I'm going to recap my thoughts. If you guys can hear that, that's my dog scratching next to the wall right there. If you guys can hear him, but yeah. So I'm gonna recopy, or I'm just gonna restate everything that I've said in the stream and everything that we discussed, everything we came out with, and then try to get some final thoughts on. And this will be sent to KI later today. So if you guys, I will say, type whatever word, and all you gotta do is just type the word in chat, and you'll automatically be entered for the Twitter giveaway. So that's how that works. Alright, Perseid left a Forest Lord minor heal, similar to Pixie on top of damage, so overall the weakest AoE. It does 5 to 600-ish roundabout damage. Oh, that's an interesting concept though. Haven't seen the changes for Storm. I believe I already answered that earlier. Scarecrow did need a buff. Really excited to my buddy War Machine that Scarecrow got buffed. I mean, we've been streaming for a while, but we still got a lot to discuss. Finally, Quest, Death and Fire. Scarecrow isn't living like Fire Dragon. Scarecrow finally getting more juice. We needed it. Yeah, I will recap everything we discussed. I've been taking note of everything. Scarecrow is doing really good. Does that have to mean half to all the people that you're with? Wait a minute. Yo, that's actually a good point. We need to talk about order of the card. Now that he said that, if we look at Scarecrow, it says 590 split, have to heal all. So I'm pretty sure that just means it will be the way it's always been: attack all enemies and give all the health back to one person. But that is something they might need to look at, because it really does look like it's going to heal all friendlies the way it just looks. So thank you for pointing that out. I'll take a note of that. Alright, but guys, I'm really excited to take a look at this. My voice is giving out. I've been talking for 2.5 hours now. But I'm not giving up yet. So taking a look at these death spells. Finally, Scarecrow's been updated, something that's been needed for a long time. Scarecrow does now 590 Damage to all enemies and split half that health to you. It could mean friendlies, but it's probably just going to be you like it's always been. Which, guys, I'm completely fine with that. That is great. That is completely awesome. I have no changes on top of my head for death on Scarecrow. So it doesn't need to look. I think the card itself needs to be reworked the way it says. Because I'm pretty sure it's just going to hit all enemies and then heal back to you specifically, and not heal all enemies, not heal all your friendlies, not any of that. I'm pretty sure it's just hit all enemies and heal back to you like it normally does. But Scarecrow I think is in the best spot it's been in years. I don't think it needs to be changed at all. And then that's where we're coming up with Hannah. That's where I'm going to come up next to. And how does Karulu compare to Scarecrow? I'm taking a drink of water as we admire these spells. Alright, so looking at death, Scarecrow is fine, I think, personally. If you guys have any thoughts, feel free to put that in chat. As for Call of Karulu, I'm thinking Call of Karulu is fine where it's at right now when compared to Scarecrow. Just because it's almost 100 more health and it's less pips. It does require a Shadow Pip, but it's still a little bit more damage overall, and it's still better to use than Scarecrow. So I think Call of Karulu right now is in a better state than when it was when Test Realm first launched, and right now I think it's kind of alright. I don't think Karulu could be compared to Crow because 7 pips have been designed to be a bit stronger and make questing easier. That's a good point there. Does Mythgear have low damage? Mythgear has decent damage. Yeah, it's not like Storm or Fire, but Myth can get up there. 65 to 75%. Lulu's tough, I get it, but the difference between Crow and Lulu, considering it needs a shed, is tough. There's 2 ways to change it that I found out, and I just tested it now. Are you talking about the frame rate? I've always thought that Karulu should heal all. You know, because it used to, the animation was broken when it first came out. After they changed a little bit, it would used to have the heal on all players, but none of the players got the heal, only the person that casted it. So, I don't know about healing all, just because I think that could be too powerful. Because it's like, you know, Death Hitter and Healer of everybody. I feel like that kind of takes away the point of having maybe a Storm or Fire on your team, and then life kind of gets diminished by that. So, I don't know about healing all friendlies. I don't think that's the best idea. I think Karulu right now for 675 is honestly pretty decent. I mean, if you wanted to argue for higher, I'm gonna say you could, but honestly, what do you guys think? I'm not a Death Wizard. My buddy War Machine's a Death Wizard, and I really don't know what his opinion would be on that. I will definitely make a note of the interest of having a spell that can do damage and heal teammates as a Death Wizard. I don't know if Karulu's the best spot to put that in, to implement that idea, but I think it's an interesting concept that I think can be put in the game at some point. I just don't think Karulu's the best spot to put it on. Scarecrow, extra, check marks, smiley face. Scarecrow is awesome. Scarecrow's accuracy down to 75% for both. What's it at right now? 80? Scarecrow buff is good, but I think Lulu should be at least 750 to make questing comparatively easier even with nerfs. I feel as if the damage is a little too much for Call of Karulu. So we have a lot of opinions here. For starters, my personal opinion, well, because we got different perspectives on it. It's different if you're solo questing or if you quest with a team. It's definitely different opinions how you want to look at it. For Karulu in itself, I think the first thing that we should probably rule out is I think it's best if we keep the damage at an exact number and not like a 600 to 700 type thing. I think it should just be kept at an exact number. But we do have a lot of perspectives on should it be less, should it be more, what is the value of death in terms of gameplay, PvE questing, when with the team, when solo questing. Before we get to Wing Charlie, you'll DM me a tweet about it. Alrighty. I'm curious to see that. Yeah, Karulu's accuracy just got nerfed. Yeah. I feel like where it's at right now, 675, I feel like is a fine amount because what I'm seeing in chat, guys, what I'm seeing in chat is it's kind of mixed. I'm seeing a lot of players say more damage or less damage. 700 minimum, someone said. Lulu should be 600, someone said. So really, when I see like 600 and I see 700, I feel like we're really meeting in the middle if we do 675. So from what I'm seeing right now, if we meet in the middle, the devs are alright with 675. I'm seeing a lot of people say 600, I'm seeing a lot of people say 700. With dev being kind of a hit and support, kind of semi-school, as well as getting health back, so we don't want to diminish the amount of health they get back to kind of their purpose. I feel like just by looking at it, I feel like we're kind of meeting in the middle, and we're agreeing with the devs when we see 675. Yeah, Karulu was originally 1100 when it first came out. And then it also had like that 80-second long animation. I feel like 675 is really where we can meet in the middle. $675. Welcome, Lynn Boy. How are you? Welcome to the stream. Thank you for coming out. Scarecrow at 600 and Lulu 700, but it's fine as is in game. Okay. I don't know. So I'll put make the drain higher than half. I'm trying to think of how we would want to do a perspective on this. Do we have any Death Wizards in chat? Let's go and say that. Do we have any Death Wizards in chat? Would you guys be willing to do a little less damage for a higher heal back? After death we have Myth, and then we are wrapped up. And then I'm going to do the recap on everything. And then I'm going to go ahead and ask you guys just for a couple opinions on stuff. Nothing that, nothing kind of like insane to discuss at the moment. But we are definitely wrapping up soon. You play Death and Ice. Alright, so in total, do y'all guys use Karulu? Do you guys try to do for like an insta-kill on Karulu? And do you guys feel that in-game right now, Karulu does more than enough that you need? Main Storm with level 50 death? Level 50 death, you get Crow at 48 if I remember correctly. So I bet you'll really appreciate the Scarecrow boost there. Because even if we kill 2 enemies, we get most of our health back. Yeah, that's a big point of concern. Because if you don't enchant it, and if you had no extra gear, that's 675. You divide that in half. What is that, 330? 330-ish, roundabout. And then, because if you kill 2 people, that's, you know, 600 health back, which is like a 12th-ish. So if you're going to focus on Karulu as an insta-kill, and then if you have more than one enemy, which is usually the deal, maybe if you're soloing, you have a boss and a minion. Using Karulu, trying to aim for an insta-kill, I feel like giving your health back. If you have around 6,000 health average for death, if you're going to go for a good amount of hitting power and damage, I think, honestly, Karulu is kind of at a good spot right now. Just personally considering all the factors of trying to insta-kill, trying to keep getting your health back around 6,000. I feel like right now Karulu is just kind of at that best spot that it's going to be at. True. That is true, Hannah. Death nerves hurt more than any other schools, that's right. So there's a lot of concern about where we are trying to go in terms of making damage and healing. But I feel like for a Death Wizard, when we compare it to Fire and Storm, we've already discussed, Fire and Storm's already got their big hits up. We already discussed Snowball Barrage being an AoE. We've discussed, Raging Bull can already do... We discussed Raging Bull around 735 to 825. When we compare that to spells like Karulu, I feel like Karulu's just kind of at that best spot right now. Yeah, especially because the portion of the enchantment does go to the drain. Then I feel like that kind of solves the... That kind of just solves the ability of having, a decent amount of damage and heal back. Because they are... Yeah, I guess you gotta remember, they're also going to be reducing a little bit on health-wise and damage-wise that mobs can do when you're questing. So I'm thinking right now, we are kind of at that best spot for Karulu. I feel like they just kind of nailed it, considering all factors and all perspectives. I feel like they really hit like right in the middle. They kind of got what we needed in terms of health, in terms of damage. They met right in the middle of everything. And I think Karulu just overall is just kind of in that best spot. Heading into the giveaway. So it is a Twitter giveaway. You have to have a Twitter account to do it because I've been giving away codes earlier and I kind of wanted to balance it out just a little bit. So if you do have a Twitter, I'm going to say a word in chat. Comment in, say in the chat whatever word I say and you'll automatically be entered for 3 exclusive Super Nambari packs never before seen in the game that me and a few other streamers have been lucky enough to get. Alright, so if you guys have any final thoughts on Karulu, because I feel like really, if we try to meet between all of our feedback that we've had on terms of damage and health, I feel like we just keep meeting in the middle of where it's at right now in game. So if you guys have any other concerns, feel free to put that in chat. But just for the sake of time, I'm going to go ahead and keep on moving. Kismet's Curse, when you compare the damage to what we've seen in terms of Fire and Storm, the fact that it got lowered this much isn't like a surprise to me. But maybe if we just upped it to, I don't know, maybe 775 for Kismet, if we change it to 775. Let me know what you guys think about that. But then as for Winged Sorrow, let's see here. Fayer had some concerns about Winged Sorrow that he sent me a tweet about. Let us see here. It's taking a minute to go through all this, guys. I like these ideas for Winged Sorrow. Alright. So let's go ahead and take a look. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and put this up on screen as well so you guys can see it, because I want to hear your guys' opinions. Alright, so like I said, guys, Kismet, what if we up that to 775 at least? Yeah, that's why we discussed, Baker, on improving a boost mechanic. So if you split the spell, it automatically gives you like a blade's worth of a boost. Think Winged Sorrow's keep the weakness? Well, that actually has to go in with what Fayer actually sent me. Is it Fayer or Fire? Sorry for I don't want to mess up your name. But he sent me this that someone else has posted, and I want to hear y'all guys' opinions on this as well. So let's go ahead and put this up on stream. Right here. This is a player-made concept right here. There we go. Hopefully that looks alright. Actually, hang on. I can just bring it down here. What am I doing? Alright. So, the one that's... And I covered up the one that's in test round. Alright. Alright, so as you guys can see, the one that's currently in test realm is the 800 to 980 plus minus 20 weakness to all enemies. That's the one that's currently in test realm right now that they are considering. Fair? Okay, thank you for letting me know. So that's that's where we're at right now. Winged Sorrow does currently do 800 to 980 in test realm right now and a minus 20% damage to all enemies. Now, considering where we're at in terms of Rizolkas, for example, with 6 pips and a Shadow Pip, that's currently doing 1300 damage. It does 1300-ish damage and then a plus 30 or a minus 30 on you, depending if you're lucky enough. For Winged Sorrow specifically, if we compare that to, like even said, FFA, FFA in the test realm right now does 960 to 1080, and then we discussed that FFA could maintain that damage. If we compare Winged Sorrow to FFA, that's around 100 damage difference. So keeping in mind, just right now, what is your opinions on Winged Sorrow as of right now? Do we feel like if we compare it to FFA, it's doing the same amount of damage as FFA? The concept of Winged Sorrow is going to do as much damage as FFA in game right now for test realm does. You know, it's funny you mentioned that because Storm Owl now does the same amount of damage as Rizolka. Let's go ahead and have Fair kind of talk a little bit about this because he sent the concept, and I kind of want to hear his opinion on this because he's had a lot of great feedback on this. So Fair, feel free to narrate and explain some of your concerns about Winged Sorrow. I want to hear of you guys' opinion. These are all concepts that are in the top corner. The one that's currently in the game is the one that's underneath Live Realm, and the one that's currently in Test Realm is underneath Test Realm. Because I don't think Winged Sorrow should be able to do as much as FFA in terms of maintaining damage concept. But with that being said, it has to maintain that utility to make up for that. Because it can't do as much damage as a fire spell can, we balance that out by having Winged Sorrow have an extra utility on it. But that utility being a weakness. As you guys can see in test realm right now, that weakness is currently negative 20%. However, in the concept, it is currently negative 35% if we add enough damage to make it equivalent to FFA damage. So, let me see what Fair is saying. I think they should be slightly less powerful damage-wise, but higher than the current test realm one for the price of making the weakness for one target only. Since Winged Sorrow costs 1 more pip than FFA, that is true, it does cost 1 more pip, I didn't even think about that. It should do closer to the same damage and have the weakness. Alright, so in terms of maintaining fire to be a hitting school, maintaining FFA having its triple trap system, which right now is 25%. We discussed it being 20%, but right now it is 25%. If FFA was to continue to do 960 to 1080. What do you guys think if Winged Sorrow did 930 to 155 minus 35% to one target? Again, 930 to 155 minus 35% damage to one target. You like that? You think that'd be an interesting idea? Because I don't think it should necessarily... Because here's the thing. I don't think one school should be the overpowered school. So Death definitely does need, you know, the ability to be able to solo and hit and all that fun stuff. But just in terms of trying to keep Death unique, if we try to keep, for example, FFA does do around 1,000-ish damage for 5 pips and a Shad, right? 5 pips. Then Winged Sorrow should be able to kind of get closer to that damage, even though it's a death spell. But because it can't necessarily nail that much high damage, it can keep its utility. So what I mean by that is 930 to 1055 with the minus 35% damage weakness on the target. The thing is, Winged Sorrow isn't used against a team that's used to kill the boss. That is right. Just a life Wizzy. Fires at hitting school. Death not as much. So that's where that concern is. I feel like Winged Sorrow right now in Test Realm. I don't know. Winged Sorrow I think is a very like concept debatable. As of where it's at right now. Let me go and make sure. I'm going to credit whoever made this concept. So the player that made this concept is Silent of Shadow. Whose idea? Are you talking about like the, if it did like 930 to 1055 and then minus 35% on one target that you hit? Because overall, of course, we're going to want, you know, hits, especially, you know, like a Shadow hit, 6 pips, 1 Shad. We want that to be a decent hit for Death. And for that decent spell for Death, we want to be able to do a fair amount of damage, but it can't necessarily be considered, you know, like the overpowering spell. Now, with that being said, it should not just automatically be a weak spell by comparison. You know, if FFA and Rizulka is going to do so much damage, Death might not be able to do as much damage because it's not considered a hitting school. But Death should not be considered weak when compared to another school, and so that's where that minus 35% damage comes into on the target, while maintaining a very close amount of damage compared to FFA. So 930 to 1055, 35% damage to target. What do we think? Think the damage might be a little too low for 6 pips? Let me bring up real quick. If I can find it. So Fire from Above right now does 960 to 1080 for 5 pips. Right now, Rizulka's Wrath for 6 pips will do 1350 with that risk factor of getting a blade. I don't know, I'm trying to think about, well, okay, so let's also think about Shadow Pip chance. Let's configure that in. Because Shadow Pip's not going to be a percentage anymore, it's going to be kind of like a based type deal. And I mean, like, when you think about it, if you're having a Pip deck, then you're probably going to start out with 2 power pips, 1 pip, so that's automatically 5 pips there. And then if it's going to be around 3 to 6 rounds to get a Shadow Pip, by the time you blade up and hit everything, you can definitely build up your pips by doing that. So if you're soloing, Winged Sorrow, I think Winged Sorrow is probably going to be like that single hit if you're going to be soloing on a Death Wizard. But in terms of trying to keep it balanced, because like I said, when you compare it to FFA, if it's going to do, you know, right around that same damage as FFA, it's going to need an alternative utility. But if that being said, how about we look at it as, what if we did oh yeah, I didn't talk about Mystic Colossus, did I? Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Oh, well, we haven't even talked about Myth yet. Myth is the final school that we're talking about after Death. Thank you for coming out to the stream. Okay, so for Death, what if we did 955 to 1055. We lowered that damage range. 955 to 1055, and then keep the minus 35 on the target you hit. Because I don't necessarily agree that the death spell should be able to do more damage than FFA, because of FFA being like the main hit. Even though that's a pip less, but just because it's considered like a main hit, and death is automatically considered a support character. But then again, there is a big gear difference there in terms of getting stat wise. So maybe 930 to 1070 and 35% on a target. Then Winged Sorrow is kind of, that's where they should be aiming for. Even if they don't hit 930 to 1070, they should definitely be aiming for that, just because Winged Sorrow is like Death's main hit. And because while yes, there is the gameplay is kind of, more towards trying to play with others, try to build up different skills, different strategies. There are a lot of people that do solo. There are, a lot of people that prefer to solo, so Winged Sorrow is going to be that main hit. So I'm thinking right now that final card on that concept, the 930 to 1070 and minus 35% damage to a single target, I think that's kind of where they should be aiming for. And then if they were to narrow that down to like 955 to 1075 and a minus 35% on a single target, that's kind of where they should be focused on. What do you guys think? Sorry about, there is an 18 to 20 second delay, which over half of my delay is on YouTube's end. I just want to point that out. But I'll definitely put down the concerns for Winged Sorrow, because like I said, guys, all this feedback that we are discussing, all of this feedback is going straight to KingsIsle. All this feedback will be sent to KingsIsle. So if any concerns, if anything seems overpowered, let me know, because it's better just to get that out of the way than have it nerfed later on. And any concerns can definitely be looked at as well in terms of feedback. Myth is a very interesting school. The spells are cool. Right now, they're kind of being adjusted and attuned, but I think Myth School is interesting, and I don't think it's as bad of a school as people tend to spread the idea of it. Alright, so we'll go ahead and we'll leave that off for Winged Sorrow. We've had a lot of good feedback today, guys. They've only adjusted 4 spells per school, and we've been live for 3 hours. Like, let's think about that. So Winged Sorrow, look around the idea of the last concept. Alright, so we will see. I'm not trying to negatively affect anyone that plays these schools' wizards. Like I said, guys, it's all about trying to make it balancing and try to make spells relevant, useful, to where not one school is overpowered. Schools are balanced, they're in tone with each other, and they still remain with their own unique capabilities. So the idea is not to just like nerf a school to where it's not fun to play as, but just try to balance it out and make it just as most fun and equal and unique to each school as possible is really what we're going for. Alright, so that pretty much discusses that. I know we discussed for Kisma, we kind of touched down on it, we didn't really get too far into Kisma, but I'm going to go ahead and just move this down right here. What do you guys think of Kisma if it's just up to 775 to 800, roundabout? So I know right now the Divide spells are not in the best place, not many people use them, and I'm definitely going to mention that mechanic of Divide spells getting a 25 to 35% boost if split that was suggested earlier. So if you guys have any concerns on Kisma, I will go ahead and prep up for Myth, the final school. I was hoping Wings of Fate would have a bit more of a touch. We discussed Wings of Fate earlier. We didn't really make any like notable changes on it. just because I didn't even know where to start on Wings of Fate, personally. So, if you have any concerns on Wings of Fate, let me know, and I go and comment that, or take note of that right here. And I will go ahead and start getting set up for Myth. If you guys want to discuss Kismet's Curse in chat real quick. Whew, 3 hours going, 102 degrees outside, guys. I have no fan, no AC. It is hot, but we are going. Interestingly enough, I haven't got kicked out of test realm for being inactive. Myth, I'm actually really excited about the Myth one, guys, because I feel like the Myth one is a lot. I feel like the Myth one is just a really, really good concept. The way they've changed Myth. Oh, somebody asked me what my opinion was on Ice. I just not thought about that. I don't think I answered it. My opinion on Ice right now is Frost Giant got nerfed, but other than Frost Giant, if they can up that a little bit, back to where it was, and then up Snowball Barrage by 5 more damage to be at 80, and then have, I think that's pretty much it, because then Weaver, even, I think is fine in Test Realm. Yeah, making Forest Lord 7 pips is really good for a Life Wizard, especially at a lower level. Yeah, Texas do be hot. Proud Texan. Guys, it's supposed to get 106 in a few days. Supposed to get up to 106. The hottest I've been in that I can remember is 108. Feels like 111. That's what sticks out when I try to remember what the hottest day was I've been in. Alright, let's go ahead and take a look at Myth here, because Myth, I think, really got a very good update here for this test room. Guys, we made a lot of good progress, making good discussions, getting good notes and feedback for KingsIsle. And I want to thank you guys so much for being so positive about it and being so family friendly about it, because there's feedback, and then there's just like flat out insulting and attacking and verbal assault, and it just gets that gets too extreme. And I just thank you guys so much for keeping this a very family friendly, progressive environment, because it's all been positive, and we've all got good constructive feedback for KI. And just thank you guys so much for making the stream just a really good stream. I really do appreciate it. This stream will be up tomorrow morning as a video if you guys ever want to come back and look at what we discussed, or try to see back what you missed. I will recap everything we've discussed at the end of the stream. And here is Myth Spells. Too big. There we go. Alright, let's see if we can get it. There we go. Close enough. Alright, so that is currently Myth right here that we are looking at. Three pips advantage even as a hitting school. That is true. I like that you mentioned that. That is true. I was fine where Snowball Barrage was at 85 per pip in the actual game. But if they are going to nerf it, then I'm alright with it going down to 80. 75, this is too less. It's just not enough if it's at 75. So 80, I'm alright with it. If it's at 85, I'm all fine with it. But since Storm, if they mix Ice, the Snowball Barrage, and Tempest together at both 80 damage, because Storm has such a big percentage jump on Ice, but Ice still has blades that do more percentage damage, and Ice can still get around 100 to 120% damage if going for hitting power. I feel like they were both 80. That's a good trade-off equivalent to each other in terms of just trying to maintain attack power. Yeah, guys, look at that. Myth got a really good enhancement here. Guys, Myth was great. I like what they did with Myth here. Now, of course, Colossus is not as good as it was in the actual game, but it's way better than what they said in Test Realm last week. Last week in Test Realm was like, what, 475? So let's go ahead and take a look at Myth. Thank you, KingsIsle. See, a lot of people don't want to admit it, but KingsIsle does listen to feedback. Alright, so let's go and take a look. Looking at Myth, we currently have Earthquake was, of course, a change for lower level wizards. Earthquake still removes all blades and all wards and shields and whatnot from enemies, which is the kind of concept that makes Earthquake. Keeping up with Earthquake, there was also a damage increase. It went from 310 to 370. That's a 60 damage increase. So what do we think about Earthquake? What do we think about Earthquake? For 6 pips, it does 370. And it still removes all blades and all wards as it hits all enemies. So while you're kind of losing in overall damage when compared to like Stormlord, etc., Earthquake is still making up for a good use of utility. And it's still a hit all as well. Having a 210, 450. It was 450. Wait, what was 450? Yeah, what? Oh, okay, so Colossus was 450. Everybody likes Earthquake. Everybody likes Earthquake. It's good. If we're at 370 health, hit all, and it takes away all of the shields and blades. Are we good? Is that like a perfectly balanced spell that KingsIsle nailed? Thank you so much for coming out reverse card. I really do appreciate it. Thank you guys so much for coming out to this. I did not expect this to be as long as it is. So thank you guys so much for such a good, good discussion. Thank you so much, Reverse. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thanks for the kind words. Because really, I like the game. I really do care about it. And I really think that the best way we can make the game better is just provide feedback, provide our own insights and ideas, and I feel like the stream was really just a good idea to have. But, okay, so, right now, how do we feel about Earthquake right now? Just solid Earthquake. So we've seen people say they prefer it at 400. So we'll come back to that in just a sec, but as of right now, if KingsIsle kept the damage at 370, hit all, remove all blades, all wards, all shields, would y'all guys be alright with it if they just kept it what it looks like on screen right now? Because if that could be like our, you know, like our satisfactory change, if nothing else, then that is good. Just by looking at it, I'm trying to think of a good spell we can compare it to. Let's compare it to Frog, actually, since we brought it up. Myth's 2 hits are Frog, and then Earthquake. What else do we have? Colossus. Which, thankfully, Colossus was enhanced again. Bring up Humongo Frog. Alright, so right now, Humongo Frog currently does 265 to 325. So for an extra 2 pips, aka a power pip if you're able to get one, Earthquake does more damage than Frog. And then on top of that, it does have all that extra utility. Which I think for that extra 2 pips to do more damage and have more utility than Frog, I think Earthquake's in a good spot. So it seems like y'all guys are looking, you guys think it's probably good. Where's Quake is at right now? Oh really, they're gonna nerf its utility? Alright, so Okay, so let's go on and keep this down right now. We're fine with Earthquake as it is right now if it made it to the game. Alright, but going off of Quake. Going off Earthquake, if they do take away its utility, they're going to keep something. They're going to keep, you know, either remove so many blades or so many shields, remove only, remove only shields, only blades. If they do manage its utility, what utility do you think Earthquake needs to stay useful and relevant for questing? If you could do without taking away blades, or if you could do without taking away shields, what do you guys think Earthquake needs? Aside from damage, what do you guys think Earthquake needs to remain useful? I just realized I have a picture of the arena for the thumbnail. In this stream is for questing only, not PvP. That's hilarious. Alright, so do you guys rather have remove shields? Alrighty, so if we were to keep remove shield, I'm assuming you guys mean remove shield. Or, let it remove shields from being hit. Well, the only reason why I'm saying this, Walter, is because KingsIsle has talked about that they might take away the utility to try to make Earthquake better and more used. But if they do that, they're likely going to increase the damage, which is what I'm trying to go for right here. I'm trying to see what utility do people rely on Earthquake more, and then if we remove all the extra utility that we don't want, then we can increase the damage to 400, like we kind of are hoping for. So if we want to increase the damage to 400, which would be good, we're going to have to get rid of extra utility that we don't want. And if they're already talking about removing utility, let's go ahead and talk about what utility we don't need from this. Remove 3 charms and 3 wards. Seems good for all enemies. Alright, so let's go and take note of that. We would like Earthquake to do 400 if we change the utility. And then right now, the utility, we all have different perspectives on what kind of utility we want removed. Remove 3 charms, 3 wards for all enemies. Okay, so you guys are... Alright, so you guys seem like you're, liking the idea that Kyle suggested if we remove 3 charms and 3 wards from all enemies. Alright, if we're all in agreement to that, or something similar to that concept, we can definitely take note of that. How am I not getting kicked from Test Realm? Earthquake is still used for PvP. Alright, so then, so don't want it to be, oh, okay. Okay, so that's actually a good idea. So we can actually, even though we're focusing on questing, we can actually balance out Earthquake. We can actually balance out Earthquake for questing and PvP in one shot right here. Earthquake is miskey against blade stacking in PvP. And then it also helps remove shields, which is really good for PvE when you're questing, because you don't like when they put shields up. Just to clean up the enemy. We want to keep utility, but we want the utility to be useful. KingsIsle discussed about taking away utility. We want damage to be useful. Still doing more damage than Frog now. But we like the damage to go higher up if possible, just because of the pip cost in terms of damage. Alright, so here's what I'm keeping in my head right here when I read through all this. As of right now, if Quake made it to the game at 370, remove all wards, remove all shields, we'd be alright with it. But we would rather it be 400 if we take away extra utility that we don't need, for example, wards and shields. We don't want the damage to be too much. And we do want to keep utility, but we don't want it to be overpowering utility. I like that too, because if you're in PvP, for example, like I said, I don't know how to PvP, but if we're in PvP, for example, and your opponent puts up like an elemental blade, and then like 3 storm blades, for example, you know, he's still going to have his extra blades, so it's not overpowering anymore in terms of just removing all that an opponent has put up. 400 might be a little over P when you compare it to for being just an extra couple pips and the amount of utility you have, but we don't want to lose utility. We don't want to lose damage. We want to keep it useful and relevant, and it looks like we literally met in the middle for PvP and PvE. We literally balanced out Earthquake perfectly. Around 370 to 400. So, what do we say? 385. 385, remove 3 blades, remove 3 wards. If we can get what's in test room right now, what do we think? Shield breaking is more PvP relevant. I figured. But 385, Earthquake isn't overused in PvP anyways. That actually kind of surprises me, because even though I don't know anything about player versus player stuff, I feel like in PvP, Earthquake would be used a lot more. Sounds good. 385 to 390, roundabout. 385 remove the bit. Okay, so are we good on the around 385-ish? Yeah, that's true. That is true. Alright, so we definitely got a lot of interesting notes here. That is true. Usually, well, I mean, I guess it really depends on where you're questing as well. If you're in, like, Imperia, for example, they're gonna blade up and shield up more than anywhere else in the game. And then there are parts in different worlds where they put up, like, minus 70s as well, minus 50s. So if it can still take away, like, 3 shields, 3 blades, then I feel like that's still a fair bit. Because usually mobs will hit before they build up more than 3 blades, or usually they only create maybe 3 shields that are a problem. Or at least in my experience. Something that could have been really cool that I could have been doing, I could have been going to the different schools, like the Myth School, Life School, Storm School, as we keep the spells up on screen. That would have been cool. Of course, I didn't think about that to the end, but... It's higher. It takes too many pips for what's worth, considering the fact that blade stacking doesn't happen in higher level PvP as much. Aftershocks for schools that aren't myths. Super rare. Blade stacking is actually the main strat for schools like Death and Myth and high level PvP. I have no clue. Polaris enemies, blade stack, and in lower level PvP, only Myth and Myth Master people can actually use it. Are you talking about the, Oh, okay, I see. Alright, so, aside from what's currently in test realm right now, because it's still an upgrade to what we have in the actual game. Either way. But, so, we are fine with the way Earthquake is in test realm right now. We hope it makes it that way at least. And then if we can get more out of it, if they change up the utility, we definitely want to try to meet in the middle on utility and damage-wise. If they do try to take away its poweredness, in which case we are aiming for around 285-ish and remove 3 blades and 3 wards. Which seems like it kind of mates out for most worlds, or like both sides of PvP and PvE. Just in terms of 3 seems like a fair amount when to go up against opponents. So how are we in agreement on that? Would you guys be fine with if they did 385 damage to all, remove 3 blades, 3 wards? Because I remember they did mention that they discussed changing utility on Earthquake, so it might get nerfed utility-wise, so we're going to try to meet in the middle here. What we can find like a bare minimum that we're alright with. And then we still have 3 spells to talk about, and then a couple stats, and then the Twitter giveaway at the end. I'm just gonna wait one last second. See what other feedback we have in chat here. Yes, yes, okay, yes, earthquake is fine. I think also mobs use the spell as well. That is true. If we change this, mobs also, they won't be hitting us as hard anymore. Because like when we go up against battles like a myth boss, for example, I triple, quadruple blade, you know, 4 blades up and hits. So in terms of that perspective, that's not a bad idea. I feel like we really balanced it out and met in the middle here. Yeah, I was actually going to say that about Orthrus and Baba Yaga spell. I was going to say those two spells to me are just perfectly fine where they're at. Is there a day when the test realm stuff is going to live? Usually takes about 3 weeks per test realm. Test realm has been out for 1 week already. This is the 2nd week. Because they are focusing so much on spell changes, I will say at least another 1 to 2 weeks. Before test realm comes out. So the end of July. I used to restart the fight whenever the blades go, but like as I've gone like more and more experience with the game and gone further in the worlds, I've kind of just tried to go with it and see if I can still finish it without worrying about fleeing. But if you're solo questing, yeah, it's a completely different perspective on that. Alright, so we'll go ahead and we'll leave Earthquake off on that note. And then, if you guys have any thoughts on Orthrus or the Witch's House Call, to me they're perfectly fine. Frost Giant does need to be buffed. They took Frost Giant down to 450. I think Frost Giant should be back at 475 where it was, at least. I don't think there was a problem with it. But that's that. So, do you guys have any concerns with Baba Yaga's Witch's House Call spell or Orthrus? Because right now, these two spells up on screen seem really good. Now, Orthrus does change away the ability to take away the ward before it hits. But are y'all guys alright with what it looks like now? Orthrus change would hurt PvP. Okay, that's interesting. I'm gonna go and take a note of that. Leave Orthrus a double hit. Alright, so if we leave Orthrus at 650 and then 50 for the first hit, are you guys alright with that? Because isn't that kind of the point of the utility that Myth has, is to get rid of that shield before you hit? Oh, guys, think about that. Orthrus is a hit all. Like, let that sink in. Originally, it took away 1 blade to hit, but now Orthrus is a hit all. Orthrus is a hit all. I'm actually curious. I'm gonna go find a Orthrus treasure card real quick and get into a boss fight just to see what the Orthrus animation looks like to hit all. But Orthrus is now a hit all, does 700 damage. Or we can have it back to where it does 650 on 1, but it does 50 damage to remove any type of shield ward on it. So like that, I'm gonna stay away from that just because I'm not a Myth Wizard. This is completely up for y'all guys to debate. I have no personalized feedback on that. I like the idea of it being better as a hit all, but as a Myth Wizard, that's up to y'all guys to discuss on that. And I'll just kind of overlook your guys' feedback in chat as I get a Orthrus treasure card here. Alright, where... How much does Frost Giant do? A little bit less than usual. Alright. So what do you guys think? Make questing more fun and easy. Prefer the hit all as well. I prefer live realm Orthrus. I prefer hit all. Just tested Orthrus. It's slightly different. Yep, AoE. OP, PvP, no, it's better hit all. Orthrus is the most important spell in PvP anyways. No AoE. Mythfrog isn't enough. Double hit plus hit all though. That's actually interesting. What would you guys think about that? I don't think they'd be willing to do that for bouncing. But what do you guys think if it did hit twice for everyone? Once to remove all the shields, whatever. Yeah, I feel like that'd be too overpowered of an AoE. Personally speaking. Trine Avenue. Trying to think of somebody that would have a double boss hit. Alright, so let's go to Colossus. Faster. Putting teleporters in Wizard City is insane. You guys remember having to walk all the way to the haunted cave or dodging the gobblers to get to the castle? Those were the days. Hopefully there's 2 people in here I can test this out on. It's taking so long. Alright. What about remove 2? We want to kill bosses with feints. That's also true. If you use Orthrus right now, you can't use a feint. But yeah, I'm gonna take the pig down for when I get into battle. This is for reference so you guys can see what y'all guys think. Alright, so 700 damage at all compared to now. Extend the damage of bugs and myth being a secondary hidden school. Colossus should do at least 715. Yeah, I'll get to Colossus in just a second. Hey. Alright. So it seems like more people are saying Orthrus versus everyone. An Orthrus AoE seems like it's the most favorable thing so far. So we'll just have to see. TCA can enchant. Oh, but then again, think about this, guys. You can enchant this, so this will do 1,000. That's 1,000 AoE with an enchant on all enemies. Like, let that sink in for a minute. Well, if you're max. For low levels, it's not as good with the enchant, because you know the enchant's not do as much, but if you're higher up and you got this, that's 1,000 AoE for 7 pips. I'm on my eyes right now, by the way. Do what? 7 pips, I guess it's 7 pips. Yeah, guys, think about that. That's 700 all enemies. Guys, let that sink in. That is more than Stormlord. Stormlord stuns, so that's where that Stormlord utility comes in to make up for Storm being the higher damage school by losing its damage. But think about that. Now, why can't I use this? 6 pips. But guys, think about that. 700 all enemies. Plus an enchant, that's 1,000. Wait a minute. Hang on, because then, think about this, guys. If you were to do that, yeah, that's where that damage makes up. Or the stun makes up for the less damage. But guys, think about this. Orthrus, if it did 700... If it did 700 damage, let's think about Mystic Colossus and how that affects Colossus. Colossus requires a Shadow Pip, but you can use that spell to get rid of your ward before you hit. Now, with that being said, Colossus might have to be taken a look at to accompany for that, but we'll take a look at that when we bring the spells back up in a second. What happened to the sound? Alright, so for Orthrus. That was without an enchant and without blades, and I'm a nice wizard that has very little mid stats. So let's go ahead and put that in perspective. What do you guys think? Alright, what do you guys think after seeing the amount of damage Orthrus can do without an enchant, without any myth blades, and without myth damage? Like, just to think about that, my myth damage is 30. And if you're a myth wizard, you can get this, like, what, by level 30? You'll have a 30% damage, roundabout if you do Mount Olympus. You'll be right around there. So, I think Orthrus is at a really good spot. In terms for being a damage spell. It hits all. Keep in mind it hits all now. And when you compare it to Stormlord, it's not that much more than Stormlord. And it's really... Frost Giant took a big hit. But I think, honestly, Orthrus, to me, seems alright. But I'm not a Myth Wizard. I honestly... Just from that, it looked good. So what do you guys think? Final thoughts on Orthrus? I could put down the notes, because we've been live for 3.5 hours. What about cheap bosses with a minus 90 shield? That's why I suggested a minor DLT heal. I haven't finally get a decent life spell earlier. Also still 240 less than Buzz, considering Buzz is equivalent to 8 pips in terms of hitting school. Mixed feelings. Wait, this game doesn't revolve around PvP plus. I never PvP. See Myth use House Call. I never see Myth use House Call. That's interesting. I'm honestly fine with House Call. Unless you guys have concerns about House Call, I'm alright with it. New Forest Lord. Use Orthrus in PvP. Not a boss. No bosses using minus 90 except Safaria. Mirror Lake. PvE. I don't PvP. Because when you put into perspective the amount of damage Death can do, Death is like that third hitting school in the game. Behind Fire, behind Storm, behind Fire, you got Myth. So just in terms of Myth needing a good AoE to do amount of damage, that kind of correlates with what they're doing with Colossus. They want to keep Colossus have that utility, but having a decent amount of damage. Which kind of brings me back to why they're making Colossus more important. Colossus, in terms of having a Shadow Pip, it takes 2 pips less than Orthrus, and it does a decent amount of damage, removes that shield, and hits all. So I think Mystic Colossus, that change, that kind of makes Earthquake and Orthrus better spells to use, and makes Mystic Colossus have more of a purpose instead of just being that instant AoE mid players try to use just a quest. I feel like that kind of gives more of a purpose. I don't think we looked at Raw and Nova. Let me go and take a quick look at that. I need to bring that up and check that out when I can. But yeah, like I said, guys, I'm going to be sending all this over to KI. KI should be expecting all this from me. So that's why it was so important to get as many people as possible and get as many opinions as possible. Because KingsIsle should be for sure seeing this. Which was really cool of KI to sponsor this live stream. That was really nice of them. So when we look at how Earthquake, Orthrus, and Mystic Colossus combined, Earthquake got more damage and is maintaining its utility as of right now. Orthrus, as you guys can see with Orthrus, has now hit all, does more damage, but now Mystic Colossus got a lot of his damage back and is now going to be used to remove that one ward. So that kind of takes the place of Orthrus, in a way. It kind of, I mean, really, when you think about it, the main use of Mystic Colossus, I mean, yes, it does remove all the wards before and does a decent amount of damage, but now Orthrus is kind of used as that hit all that kind of makes up for the loss of Colossus before, and now makes Colossus kind of have more of an interest when compared to how the spells are reworked in Test Realm. And yeah, you still have Minotaur to remove that damage as well. That's a good point. Yeah, I'm going to be noting that Frost Giant should not have been nerfed. 475 right now. Frost Giant is a big hit that Ice relies on. And I think it's really imperative that Frost Giant at least remains the same. So just looking at the spells right now, it seems like Colossus and Orthrus kind of switched roles. And with that being said, Orthrus doesn't require a Shadow Pit. Yeah, it does. All the Shadow spells kind of have a lower accuracy as well, so it did lose 5%. But I don't know how Myth accuracy plays out on gear. But considering the fact that Earthquake got buffed, Orthrus is now a hit-all with a decent amount of damage when you compare it to Stormlord. And then with Mystic Colossus, getting his damage back and still removing a ward from all enemies. Gotta remember, that's ward from all enemies. I still think that... Because, like, what are the chances that people you're going up against are going to have more than one shield when questing? I think overall, they balanced Myth out pretty good, I think. When you look at the spells right now on screen. Because removing one ward from hitting all enemies, that's what that Shadow Pip is for. That's what brings that power to Colossus. I really think that they have probably balanced everything out just by looking at what's on screen and getting feedback from y'all guys. Alright guys, do we have any final concerns? Apparently I lost 398 frames by standing still. But I personally think that Myth looks pretty balanced on there. And y'all guys seem very positive about the balance changes. Or balance. The Myth changes, y'all guys seem very positive about it. So, think solely on what you guys are seeing on screen right now. Do the spells look like they pretty much line up with each other? Make sense to have? Myth is in good place, Colossus is good, like Myth, best goal, fix I've seen. Yeah, because even thinking about this, in this test round, right now, it looks like Myth didn't even get a... Well, it looks like Myth didn't really get that big of a nerf. Colossus, looks like it might be like the biggest like point of concern. But I feel like Myth seems like it's in a really good spot right now. So any final thoughts? Feedback on anything before I do a recap? Do they buff Minotaur? Fire Dragon. I like the Fire Dragon kind of better to put damage after initial hit. Still a fair bit of damage. That's my honest opinion on that one. Rest in peace, Ice for now. I don't think they're gonna keep Frost Giant. I don't even know why they changed Frost Giant. I like Myth way more now. This is a good update for Myth Wizards. They buffed Minotaur. Did they? I'll go and check for y'all guys. Let's go ahead on over to the library. I'll pick up a Minotaur 2C. Test Realm's a little bit laggier than Live Realm. Or it tends to be anyway. Yeah, the Ice Seal, I'm kind of disappointed in the new Ice Spell. The new Ice Seal was only like 300 health. If you maximize the shields you have on you. That can be changed. Oh, Minotaur is the same? Okay. Well, just to verify, one quick stick. What? I did not want that. Okay. So Minotaur is 55. Yeah, it looks the same. Pretty sure it hasn't changed. Please pass on our thanks to KI. Please pass on our thanks to KI for the sponsorship and codes. Thank you for your time to help the community. It really was my pleasure being able to host this live stream to discuss all these changes. I hope these changes get implemented because I feel like we got some really good ones. But there are other players' opinions, other players' feedback that's being submitted as well. They're looking on how it's all managing over well. But we got a fair bit of good feedback going, guys. Overall, I feel like we've done great in terms. So guys, go ahead. The moment you guys have been waiting for. I can't wait to see Wiz not so Shadow Spell reliant. Exactly, that's what I'm hoping to see it. Shadow Spells are cool, the concept's cool, and Shadow Spells are just going to keep coming and coming. We're going to get more, and then eventually, we're going to leave regular pip spells kind of behind. Because maybe one day, you know, 50 levels from now, we might have the same situation that we're in all over again. So I really do want to see Shadow Spells more relevant with regular spells combined. Yeah, Ice really does need to be changed. I don't see any reason why Ice got hit so hard as it did. Alright guys, but for the moment y'all been waiting for, I thought this one would be funny. If you guys look in chat, type in "I was nerfed" for a chance to win 3 super packs. Type in "I was nerfed," just as it is up in chat. I was nerfed. I thought that'd be pretty funny for a little giveaway thing. You must have a Twitter account to enter. You must have a Twitter account to enter. You must have Twitter to enter. I forgot you must have Twitter to enter. That's the only way I can give you guys the codes. Is you must have Twitter to enter. There is no other safe, reliable way that I can contact you guys outside of Twitter. I really wish there was. I wish there was a way I can message y'all guys on YouTube. I wish there was a way I can like directly message you, email y'all guys something without risking y'all guys' privacy and secured information, but there's just no other way I can do that. Twitter's just the best option, which I apologize. I wish there was more ways I could do that. But if you do have a Twitter account, type in "I was nerfed" in the chat and you'll be entered to win a chance to win 3 Super Nabari packs. And I will be recapping everything we discussed. Everything we discussed as you guys type that in chat. Alright guys, so let's go ahead and pull out the handy dandy notebook and see what all we mentioned. Alright, so today we started out with Storm. We talked about how Leviathan was nerfed a little bit heavier than other spells. Leviathan currently does 975, remove 1 ward for level 8. It's not as much as Storm was hoping to do compared to the 1030 that he used to do. So we're looking at possibly meeting in the middle on that one at around 1000 damage, if possible. But the 975 is not the worst spell to hit, so we kind of left that one a little bit behind. Stormlord and Sirens, we all know, got hit pretty hard. Stormlord now does 690, but it does now stun, which kind of makes up for that little less damage and utility, which Stormlord seems to balance out well with some of the other spell changes that they have made. Sirens now for 9 pips does 730 damage and removes 1 blade from all enemies, which in terms, Sirens in itself is more powerful compared to Stormlord in terms of more damage. The utility differs in terms of having to remove 1 ward instead of stun. I personally prefer stun. But with Sirens, it does remove 1 blade, but because it is 2 pips more, there's a little bit of extra damage. And that damage kind of works well with the damage configuration formula that they did over at King's Isle to determine how damage would be configured per pip. With that said in mind, Siren still feels a little bit of underwhelming, so we were asking for a slight change from anywhere from 735 to 750 to make Sirens as most useful and relevant as we would prefer. However, in terms of utility and damage-wise, Sirens is technically better than Stormlord. Damage-wise and pip-wise, utility does differ, but that's personal choice. But if we can get Sirens up to 735 to 750, that is where we prefer to have Sirens at in terms of damage. We discussed that Storm Owl was nerfed. However, I thought Storm Owl was going to be nerfed a long time ago. Storm Owl was the biggest hit at 1525 to 1625 in the actual game. Stormlord is now 1350 to 1450, but it does not require any Shadow Pips. It is 10 pips. You still have to take the time to blade up and get ready to hit. So overall, that's not a bad deal to have one of the most powerful spells in the game that doesn't even require Shadow Pips. Storm Owl is good where it's at now, is what we agreed on. We're going to leave Storm Owl alone, as we discussed. As far as Iron Sultan goes, Iron Sultan was kind of at an iffy point there. We didn't really have much to say about Iron Sultan in itself. We just wanted the animations and the Divide mechanic to really work out well to make use out of that spell to keep it relevant. For Iron Sultan, we discussed trying to keep the damage up at around 1,000-ish to maintain its relevance. And we discussed adding in a new mechanic for Divide spells to get an extra boost if divided. That way the damage is not completely cut, and that keeps spells more relevant and more useful instead of just not being used hardly ever. These spells are most commonly used right now if you're singly hitting someone, or if a support school is currently trying to knock out minions while someone focuses on the main boss. And so right now the Divide spells are currently a big centerpiece to look at. However, the damage cannot be overwhelming as it is 4 pips and 1 shad, which kind of makes it OP for a single hit, which is where one of our biggest concerns with the Divide spells happens to come along. So King's Isle is probably going to have to look a little bit more on that, on how they want to address Divide spells. Glowbug Squall. Glowbugs originally got reduced by a whole lot. It did 1120 in Live Realm and removed all positive blades. Over now, Glowbug does now 940, which is only a couple hundred health less than what the original Glowbug did. However, it still hits all. It does not remove all blades, but when we compare it to the way the other spells are balanced out, it kind of works out well in terms of how schools are looking so far, in which we were fine with how Glowbug was treated, since all schools are getting changed. With Rizulka's Wrath, Rizulka's Wrath now is similar to Storm Owl in terms of power. Rizulka's Wrath takes 6 pips and 1 Shadow Pip. It does 1350 storm damage, which is the minimum Storm Owl can do. While Storm Owl does go a little bit more, Rizulka can be used with less than 4 regular pips if you have a Shadow Pip. And you can get a plus 30 blade or minus 30 weakness as a risk factor. But Rizulka's Wrath is now a little bit more relevant now that it matches with Storm Owl. And of course, there is a chance that you can get a positive blade out of it with less pips, which gives you the more opportunity to hit later on, the further along you go. With that being said about Storm, next up we talked about Ice. With Ice, the biggest concern that we saw was with Snowball Barrage and Frost Giant. Frost Giant now does 15 damage less, which was not a necessary change that we have discussed. Frost Giant, despite the fact of it being an ice spell, ice being a school that cannot do as much damage, we discussed that Frost Giant should maintain its damage in terms of being one of the most relied on spells for AoE on ice in general. So we're asking for it to be removed, or to be increased back to 475, possibly buffed considering the fact that schools have been nerfed, but that's kind of in the air. But we would prefer Frost Giant to be at least back to where it was originally. Snowball Barrage was at 85 damage per pip in the regular game. It is now reduced down to 75 per pip, and we discussed that because it does require a Shadow Pip, it does need to do more damage than 75, just compared to most attack alls. So we discussed moving up to 80, because Tempest can do 80, and even though Tempest does not require a Shadow spell, Tempest belongs to the Storm School and Natural Hitting School, and Storm Gear does do a lot of damage. We can go up to like 170-ish% damage on Storm Gear, so that way Ice Gear, if we can get up to 120%, that kind of matches it out. Shadow Pip, for 80 ice damage compared to Storm now requiring a Shadow Pip for their Tempest. That kind of matches out where Ice cannot do as much damage as Storm can, and Storm doesn't have to rely on that restrictive value, but this also keeps Snowball Barrage a useful and relevant spell for Ice Wizards while keeping these two schools balanced in check. Abominable Weaver used to do 950 to 1150 and a minus 75 in the actual game. Abominable Weaver was then reduced down to like 500, which a lot of people did not like. Abominable Weaver will now do 790 to 910 and a minus 50 on us, which is a meet in the middle between our two spells. We considered Abominable Weaver overpowered. We considered the newer one that was in last week's test round too weak, and we have met with the devs in the middle on that one, and we balanced it out, and we were fine with how Abominable Weaver ended up with 5 pips, 1 Shadow Pip. Alright, after that, we are currently looking at balance. Looking at balance, balance got a lot of changes and buffs. Chimera now does 5 more damage for 5 more myth, 5 more life, 5 more death. And it does 345 total per school, like we just said in the new test realm. Hydra got buffed. Instead of doing 190 fire, 190 ice, 190 storm, it now does 230 fire, 230 ice, 230 storm. And we all really appreciated that increase because that makes Hydra more relevant and more useful, especially for lower levels as well. Balance is a bit of a difficult school to try to hit because all the different schools that you have to consider and the different setups you can make. So these changes have been really significant that we discussed. Gaze of Fate. Instead of it being 550 balance and then 550 random and 25% damage global, it is now 325, 345 random and 25% fire or balance global. Sorry about that. And we discussed Gaze of Fate. However, it's not really much of a questing spell. It's more of a PvP spell, and we seemed like we were pretty much okay with how Gaze of Fate was changed. I'm sorry I'm not looking at chat, by the way, guys, so I can finish this off without getting distracted. I apologize. I'll check at chat in 1 second. But Gaze of Fate now seems like we're alright with it. Seems like it's alright for questing, and it's mostly focused in PvP, which we were fine with how it ended with 5 pips and 1 Shadow Pip. And then Nested Fury, we were alright with the changes. Instead of it being 818 to 866 fire, ice, or storm, to all, it is now 805 ice, or 970 fire, or 1050 storm on all, which we like. That's just a slight little damage boost, which we think worked out well. For balance, taking a look at life, we discussed that we like the changes between Rebirth and Forest Lord, now requiring that new pip change. Forest Lord now only requires 7 pips, while Rebirth requires 8, which we discussed. We think that works out better in terms of overall gameplay because Forest Lord now actually does a little bit more damage. Instead of being 540 to 620 like it used to, it is now 620 to 680, which now proves it to be a better AoE for life in general, especially at a lower level. Life can take better advantage of that extra damage and less pip cost. Looking at Rebirth, Rebirth still does the same amount of health, 650 and 400 shield to all. This Rebirth change sparks speculation on should crafted spells do a little bit more, should they be more overpowered compared to spells that you get handed to in the game through questing. With this change in mind, we are fine with, or we're okay with Rebirth being where it's at, as long as Pixie does not remain, or as long as Pixie remains unchanged, and we get a closer look at getting these crafted spells a little bit more balanced and tuned for the level they can get at, change up the crafting recipes, make it a better overall experience to craft these spells, and keep Rebirth and Pigsy at pretty much the same thing. We are kind of in that agreed balance there. Once again, with the Divide spells, Lamasu, we discussed really needed to take a look at because Lamasu in itself is a little bit underwhelming of a hit. It is 4 pips, 1 Shadow Pip, a couple hundred damage less than Storm, and because of that, we do need a little bit of extra damage. So we asked for Lamasu to be up to around 800-ish, to 775 to 800-ish for Lamasu to remain relevant. Taking a look over at fire spells now, we're coming up to fire. Fire, we're talking about FFA, that we're alright with the damage it does. It used to do 1100 to 1300, but the devs discussed that it's not a very good hit in terms of being balanced. It's kind of overpowered, so they nerfed it down a little bit. Now they nerfed it back up to 960 to 1080, which we agreed is good for the 5 pips and 1 shed, because that gives the utility of having 3 extra fire traps. Now we discussed the 25% fire traps could be a little bit overpowered, and if the devs were interested in taking a look at changing that, they could consider a 15 to 20% change instead, so that way it does 960 to 1080 and 20% fire traps, 3 of them on your target for 5 hips and 1 shat to remain balanced. We discussed that Fire Dragon is in a really good spot right now when you compare it to Stormlord and Sirens especially. It does 600 damage initial hit, then 375 over time to all enemies. which kind of makes up for that utility and maintains the amount of damage that fire can do when you compare it to the amount of damage utility that Storm can do with Stormlord. And then Scorching Scimitars, we wanted the damage to go up a little bit. We were hoping to meet in the middle on that. Scorching Scimitars, we were hoping for 900 to 920 roundabouts, where we discussed mainly. And we want Scorching Scimitars to also behave with that the divide mechanic that we already discussed, of getting an extra 25 to 35% boost if you split. Raging Bull, looking at Raging Bull, we agreed that Raging Bull, we like where it's at right now, although we would prefer it if it was at 735 to 825 and keep that minus 40% on, because that kind of narrows down that damage a little bit more and keeps fire on track for hitting school, and that makes up for the power that Shadow brings, because when you compare that to spells like Fire Dragon has its own utility, Raging Bull has its own utility. But the fact that it's 6 pips and 1 shad, we wanted fire spells to be a little bit differently in terms of hitting. That way Raging Bull could do 735 to 825 and put up the minus 40% accuracy shields, which makes the value worth 6 pips, 1 shad. Coming up next, I'll check chat in 1 second, guys. Sorry about that. Coming up next, we talked about how death spells would work. We really liked where Scarecrow was at. We decided to leave Scarecrow where it's at. It used to be 400 in the actual game. It is now 590. Hit all, bring health back, which is a change that players have been wanting a lot recently. Call it Kurilu. We talked about how that can maybe be balanced out, and we had a lot of discussion on should it be more, should it be less, should it be an extra bit of a heal. But instead of being 830 in the live game, we appeared to have came across the idea that it is balanced at 675 hit all and then half health back for players, in terms of questing, for 5 pips, 1 shad. For Kismet's Curse, 768, we talked about it was a little bit too weak for death spells, because death spell needs a little bit of extra damage just to atone for the other divide mechanics, because the divide mechanic does cut that damage pretty low. Kismet's Curse was originally 1020 for pip, 1 shad. But with Kismet's Curse now, we were asking for Kismet's to be upped just a little bit to around 775 to 800 to remain useful. As for Winged Sorrow, we talked about the changes they made from 850 to 1030 for a minus 30% to all. It is now 800 to 980 with a minus 20% to all, 6 pips, 1 shad. We discussed the concept of Winged Sorrow being changed to 930 to 1070 to attune for having that extra pip. Instead of it being 5 pips, 1 shad, this is a 6 pip, 1 shad spell right now. And with FFA being so much more damage, Winged Sorrow could be more relevant to that amount of damage, because Winged Sorrow is one of the biggest hits for Death Wizards. And instead of a minus 20% on all enemies, it is a minus 35% on our target, is which we discussed. So just to rephrase that again, we discussed that hopefully we can get Winged Sorrow to be 930 to 1070 to attune for FFA. Winged Sorrow does take 1 more pip than FFA, but for extra utility, we put up a minus 35% weakness on 1 person that we target instead of everybody else. Alright, and we're still going. Alright, unless I'm missing anybody, we should be on Myth. Did I miss anybody? I don't think I missed any classes. I should be on Myth, right? Fire. Yeah, we should be on Myth. Alright, and then for Myth, we discussed that the Myth spells overall have been a big improvement compared to the Live Realm. Earthquake, instead of doing 310, remove all blaze and all wards from enemies for 6 pips, and now it does 370, remove all blaze, all wards from all enemies for 6 pips. We discussed that we would like Earthquake to be met in the middle if any changes are made in terms of utility and damage. And for that to be discussed, gotta flip my notepad here. We would like Earthquake to read around 375, or not, excuse me, I misspoke, 385, and remove 3 blaze and 3 wards from all enemies. Again, we would like Earthquake to be 385, remove 3 blades, 3 shields from all enemies. However, we are fine with how Earthquake ended up now if we cannot get that. As for Orthrus, it used to be 50 initial hit and then 65 big hit, 7 pips. It is now a 700 damage AoE for 7 pips, which we agreed is a pretty good spell to bring to Myth, because it is a very good AoE. By the time you enchant it with an Epic 300 and Myth gear, you can easily do well over 1,000 damage. And by the time you blade and stack up from that, Orthrus is proven to be a very good spell that Myth could really use. And in turn, that was kind of traded off with Mystic Colossus. Mystic Colossus was originally 880 Myth damage and remove all wards and hit all. It is now a remove 1 ward, do 650 damage to all enemies, which kind of took that place of Orthrus, but the Shadow Pip Kind of brings that utility and reasoning to do them. When you compare Earthquake to Orthrus to Mystic Colossus, these spells seem to kind of balance each other out. And then we agreed that Witch's House Call has been improved for the better. Witch's House Call used to do 992 to 1192 in the actual game and summon a Myth Minion. And now it does 1035 to 1175, summon a Myth Minion for the same amount of pip cost, which is 6 pip, 1 shad, which we agreed is an overall good improvement. And I need to just take a minute to pass out from lack of oxygen, and oh my god. I think we did good, guys. I was gonna discuss if gear was getting OP, but I'm just too tired to do that. We've been live for 4 hours, which is like 2.5 hours longer than I thought it would be. But alright, I think we made a lot of good progress. I think we did great. I ran out of water in my cup, sadly. All these changes will be made sent to King's Isle. God, did it really get up to 102 outside? Alright, guys. I think that pretty much sums it up. A lot of good progress. I turned my audio back on. I turned on my audio overlay to see where we were at, and whew-wee. Is that all the people that entered the Twitter giveaway? If you guys haven't, typed in "I was nerfed" like this. If you have a Twitter, and you'll be entered a giveaway to win 3 exclusive packs for the Super Nambari packs that King's Isle has gratefully provided. We have made a lot of notes. We've made a lot of feedback, guys. And oh my gosh. I'm out of water. Alright, what do we think? Are we good? Are we good? 4 hours. I cannot believe it's already been 4 hours. Hopefully these changes overall help balance out the game, and hopefully King's Isle does take time to consider it. All this is being sent to King's Isle tonight after the stream is over. All this will be sent over to the King's Isle community manager, Matthew Anderson, who will be giving it to the dev team. Once the dev team sees this, they do their entire process, I don't know. But community manager Matthew Anderson did not only sponsor the stream, he will be providing all of this feedback to the dev team for us. So shout out to him. My gosh, guys. Again, it's 102 outside. I live in Texas. I have no water. I have no AC. I have no fan. And I've been live for 4 hours. Ooh, one of these days I gotta do a 24-hour charity stream. One of these days. But I think we're gonna go ahead and wrap it up here. I thank you guys so much for coming out to the stream. I really do appreciate it. It really does mean a lot to me. The guys have just been such a big part of the stream. It was a very important stream. Oh, that's right. Oh, that is right. I completely forgot. You said you're in Australia, right? Right, didn't you say you were in Australia and it was like 3 a.m.? Well, I'm sorry I kept you up, but hopefully it was interesting and hopefully you got your opinions all made. But, yeah. A lot of good feedback and changes that I think we came up with. It was a really good discussion, guys, and it was overall positive. There was nothing negative about it. We didn't have any type of verbal assault or anything like that. We weren't calling each other's names. So it really means a lot to me that we could have just such a good, clean, family-friendly source of feedback that we can provide to King's Isle. It really does mean a lot to me. The guys came out to the stream, and some of you guys have been here for all 4 hours. So thank you guys so much for coming out to the stream. I'm about to draw for the winners. If you guys have not already, type in "I was nerfed," and we will draw for the winner. Whew. What a day. Make sure you have to have a Twitter account to enter this giveaway once again. It's the only way I can reliably send you the code. It's now 7:30 and time to get up. I'm sorry I kept you all up. Hopefully it was interesting enough, and then you're able to... I don't know, I just hope you guys enjoyed this. And it was very progressive, and we got a lot done. I feel like we really did. Finally got a lot done. Yeah, there it goes. 4 hours, yeah, it's time to wrap up the stream here, guys. It was time to wrap up the stream. After all that time, we finally got kicked. Oh my gosh. Quit at the same time. Alright, but there's been a lot of you guys that have been hanging around all 4 hours. And once again, shout out to Kair for providing the, or for sending me the link to the blog post. Shout out to Destiny Rain for providing all the spell changes for us to look at. This stream will be available at tomorrow morning around 2 o'clock. I would say around 10 a.m. to 2 o'clock Central Time PM. The stream will be back up on the channel if you guys want to watch anything. Make any comments on any notes you guys want to see. We made a lot of progress today, guys. And yeah, it was draining. It was draining. But thank you guys so much. It really does mean a lot to me. Alright, so we are about to draw for the winners. The winner will receive 3 exclusive Super Nambari Horde packs that have not been seen in game before, which is awesome. Shout out to KI for sending me that. Father Alti, if you're still here, did you have a Twitter account? Because you said whoops right after you put it in. So, do you have a Twitter account? I need to make sure that you're accounted for. Want to make sure you're included in the giveaway. Don't want to miss out on you. That's funny. Alright, so what did you guys think of the stream? Did you guys like the stream? Please tell me y'all like the stream. I had a lot of fun doing this for you guys. It really was a blast to be able to do this. I'm beyond grateful that KI sponsored it. Alrighty. I was going to talk about gear and different stat changes, but I really just don't have time. I really just do not have the time to keep on discussing about... I was going to ask you guys what you guys think about Shadow Pip and Resistance, but I really just don't got that much time to go into that. So, thank you guys so much. Just my Twitter account in case you win. Hey, good luck, man. Good luck to you. I really hope you win. Just for saying that. I'm just kidding. I hope you guys all win. But you loved it. It was informative. Liked it. I did good. Thank you. I do breathing now. Very constructive stream. I like the platform discussion. Very helpful. Best stream in your life. It was good. It was a cool stream. You said yes? Awesome. Alright. Just wanted to make sure you're included on the list that gets counted in. Alright. You got 2 billion new house guests. I like the house guests. I think they're pretty cool if you're a decorator. They just need to make some packs that are decorating specifically. So if you're a decorator, then you can just get decorating packs. That of course would cost less from a regular pack. But I really do think that decorating packs would be a good idea. But that's a whole nother thing. But as long as the stream was good, you guys had a lot of fun. And yeah, hopefully just overall, it was a good stream for me. Alright, are we missing anybody that did not make the I was nerfed call? Alright, we are rolling. Actually, no, we're not. I don't know why it's broken. Go out swim. I might actually. I might see if I can go for a swim. Alright. Everyone should be accounted for. Good luck to everyone. The winner. The winner of the 3 super exclusive Super Nambari Horde packs is, according to the program algorithm, we are currently looking at the winner is... Congratulations, Haya Grieve. Put that in your nose. I might have to. But congratulations, Haya Grieve. Tag me in my Twitter, link in the description, and I will send you your codes for your 3 packs. Congrats, Haya Greaves. Congratulations. Alright guys, but I think I'm going to go ahead and wrap up the stream here. Hopefully y'all guys really did enjoy. It was a lot of fun. Thank you guys so much for coming out and spending all this time. I really do appreciate it. The support on the channel has been insane. Once again, all this will be sent to King's Isle. The stream will be up tomorrow afternoon Central Time, around noonish. If you guys want to rewatch the stream for anything like that. I had a lot of fun talking to y'all guys. It's always a blast just talking to y'all guys. Whenever you guys come, leave a like. You guys say hi. You know, it's just all that. It really makes my day. So thank you guys so much, and I hope you guys have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day. Hopefully you guys are staying safe, and lots of awesome stuff. And until next time, I'll see you guys. White Tiger 93 out. Stay safe, guys. Thank you so much for coming.